That was basically only the very first run I did, and I didn't exactly plan for that. I wanted it to be a bit more reasonable. It's still going to be pretty long. Either way, about the layout. Welcome everybody, first of all. On the left side, you see the little tracker pieces where you can see which items or which weapons, orbs I have collected and completed, etc. So as soon as that happens, I can click. If I have collected all X orbs, then on the left side, I'm gonna just toggle the green thing, which means I have collected it. Oh wait, I just realized that's probably terrible for people with red-green blindness. I don't really have a good solution right now for that. Either way, basically as soon as that happens... I should have thought about that beforehand, sorry. As soon as I basically collect all the corresponding orbs for specific weapons, I will toggle that on and off, as well as for equipment. So the way the collection works for my 100% definition, that's just me, is I'm going to go from the highest physical defense to the lowest and fill up my inventory with these items, which means it's going to include all equipment items that are drops from enemies, rare drops and otherwise, but also a bunch of equipment items that you can buy from shops. So, this is kind of how I do it. There are a total of... where's my thing? There are a total of 13 inventory slots, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, excuse me. There's going to be a total of 11 inventory slots for each of the item slots in the inventory, which means these inventory slots are gonna be filled up with all different pieces of equipment. And that's just kind of my 100% definition. Also, all weapon orbs, all spells up to the maximum level of 8.99, all weapons up to the maximum level of 8.99. And that's gonna be the idea. And yes, the names are gonna be Happy New Year. Alright, I'm going to reset the splits. I'm gonna check my local time. And then we start just as, well, the thing hits a full hour. Welcome, Bazandra. Thank you for the 100 happy rabbits. That's really kind of you. We have to get the level 9 items. Well, I assume the level 9 weapon orbs, so yes, those are included. With the exception of the sword, because unless you use glitches, you actually are not normally capable of collecting all the orbs. Alright. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, that timing. Worst Spy, thank you for subscribing. And welcome to you. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. And good luck and a Happy New Year somewhere, indeed. If you'd like to, you could just kind of track on the world map or so where it is currently going to be a new year, and I think Japan already had theirs, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, welcome everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. So, I hope you have a most pleasant day, I hope you have a most pleasant time. Worth noting that I did not practice the Glitchless category runs, because this is going to be a little bit different anyway, so we'll see how that's going to go. And going to be quite a journey, to say the least. Thank you for the good luck, because I will need it. So yeah, maybe once again, real quick introduction to the items on the left. The headgear, armor, accessory, claw, sword, axe, etc. So headgear, armor, and accessory are equipment pieces. I'm going to be collecting a full inventory from the highest defensive value to, well, the lower ones. And what that means is I'm going to be, well, just gathering one piece of equipment, well, from the highest inventory item slot. However, there's only 11 inventory slots, and there is much or many more different types of headgear, armor, and accessory pieces than that. So we're kind of limited, so I literally can't collect everything. I can only collect stuff that the inventory allows, so I'm just going to choose the most rare ones across the board. And that's gonna be the idea. For the weapon orbs, I'm gonna go ahead and basically all the weapons represent the orbs that you can find in the Mana Fortress, with the exception of the sword. The sword will actually be complete as soon as we clear the Pure Lands, because the sword is the only weapon that actually only has a regular maximum level of 8.00. Except that the Mana Sword would technically be the last one, but you cannot get the Mana Sword early without using glitches. This is a glitchless run. So this is actually also kind of important because of how weapon leveling is going to work. I'm going to leave the sword at the minimum level of level 2, as well as leave another weapon at the minimum level of level 1 for that particular reason, in order to be able to, well, upgrade them. Yeah, I do not get the Mana Sword in this run early. You will eventually get it in the end if you want it. We don't technically have any need for it, because we can just defeat the Mana Beast, well, any other way with having maximum level and all. But yeah, we're going to basically start this kind of like a regular glitchless speedrun, where I'm just gathering a bit of weapon experience along the way here, which will help me get through the earlier stages of the game a little bit quicker. There's going to be relatively few differences. The main differences are going to be that I will probably take a little bit more time to cast various spells across the board while going through the game, since, well, one of the goals is going to be leveling all spells up to the maximum level. That's not going to be wasted time in any capacity. Oh, you're a rabbit, indeed. Ooh. And Veiled Fury, thank you. Thank you so much for 4 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Also, welcome everybody, I hope you have a good time so far, and, well, I hope you have a good beginning into the new year, whether you stick around or not, whether you watch this as a highlight or not. Welcome. Alrighty. Mantis Ant is going to be pretty straightforward. You hit him as soon as you can. And with proper spacing, you are not even going to get hit until he is all the way at the bottom. Here I'm just gonna face to the right in order to get bumped to the left, because this is going to increase my chance of the Mantis Ant not actually hitting me. In case you're wondering about the timer, it is not going to turn red. I'm not trying to get a new record, quote-unquote, because if I remember correctly, my previous run for 100% of this category did get ridiculously lucky. So this is more of a comparison of how it potentially could be. Something like that. Maybe I should have just put a 24-hour at the end and be done with the individual split. The splits are going to be mostly helpful to me to not forget certain things. That's actually one of the bigger ideas about them. Hello, and welcome everybody. Matcha and cherry, you mean strawberry pokey here. How's minutes? Well, it is minutes right now. It will be 24 hours eventually. Probably 24 hours. As I said, I do only remember that my previous run got ridiculously rocky. So, question. I'm going to be naming the cactus Happy New Year. Which one is going to be the new and which one is going to be the year? The sprite or the lady? Because that's actually kind of a strange question, because technically, in the party order, you do get the lady third, even though she's second in the party order. I'm gonna get the standard way in the run, which means the sprite is gonna be the latest one. Yeah, I think I need one more enemy in order to level up the sword to 1. Also, I don't need to worry about leveling up the weapons early. In fact, I think I'm going to just leave the spear at level 1. As useful as the spear tends to be. Well, maybe not. I actually need to think about this, because I will want to have appropriate weapons to grind in the Mana Fortress. And the spear is one of the better ones overall. I didn't really think that one through. May just be the Javelin instead. Javelin actually is probably fine. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the Javelin at level 1. Popeye for years. Alrighty, sounds good. No, well, does it? I'm pretty sure it is boy-girl sprite at the bottom area. My name is Go 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 Go, but you can call me New for short. Something like that. It's been a while. Alrighty, here we need to select the left options because these result in the shortest dialogue. Except for this last box here, you need to choose the right option. Otherwise, you're gonna lose like 2 minutes or so. Welcome to you as well, Tuali, and welcome to everybody else. I hope you have the most pleasant day so far. Oh yeah, I remember now. I need to actually grind a tiny bit of money here at the beginning. Save and reset briefly in order to get slightly faster outside. And worst spy, thank you. Wow. Thank you so much for, well, gifting 5 subs to everybody. That's really kind of you. Thank you very much. And welcome everybody. No annoying ads. Hopefully anyways. Sword still not leveled up. That's unusual. Holy cow. I'm switching over to the spear because in normal glitchless runs, you actually don't worry about leveling the spear at all. In this one here, I might as well just use it. Because I'm going to grind a slight bit more than usual. And holy cow. Brachydactylus, thank you so much for 5 more gift subs, that's crazy. Well, welcome everybody. I hope you enjoy your stay. I hope you enjoy your subscriptions. No more annoying ads. Did I play the OG on the SNES? Actually no, this is the Super Nintendo mini version of the game. I already have a 100% file on the Super Nintendo, so I figured might as well just play this on the SNES mini instead. Alright. I do want to just get a bit more money actually along the way, so that's the curious thing about this run here in my opinion. Because the main reason why I want to defeat more enemies for now is to get a basic set of equipment going for the characters. Which is also why I picked up the 50 gold in the basement at the Elder's place. Holy cow. You're crazy. You only just started. There we go. And I'm sorry, I cannot scroll up right now, but I think that's another 5 gifts up by the like. Thank you so much, and wow, welcome everybody. We now have rabbits and primers and a fossil. Thank you so much. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome everybody. So, I have to admit there are certain elements I don't exactly remember about the Glitchless. I'm gonna reset this. About the Glitchless speedrun. I do know that I will be grinding just a little bit. This might be bad. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna go now. I wanted to get this green slime out of the way, and I figured I might as well be opportunistic in order to grind out a little bit for these. So, I'm killing a few more goblins here, because I will want to have more money. Also, hey, first chest of the day, what do we get? Punch glove. It's a 50% chance to get a glove out of this right now, or at least some form of trap, because right now my agility is not high enough in order to avoid the traps entirely. Alright, the boy reached the next level, let's go. Alrighty, let's go. Thank you everybody, I really appreciate your support, and welcome. By the way, the spear has one more attack power than the sword, which actually is relevant in these cases, because the sword would be, right now, 1 damage short to defeat the enemies, whereas the spear right now is... oh, that's not good. Whereas the spear right now is... exactly 3 attacks, unless I get a low damage roll. Never open chest in Gaia's name, will too many traps make it not worth it. I just figured, you know what? You're gonna open up a lot of chests, might as well start right now. But yeah, it's usually not the best of ideas. Then again, it actually would have saved me 3 goblin kills doing it that way around. Also, we're gonna go to the right side first, because if I go to the theater, I will actually get my money back, which is kind of relevant. It's slightly faster to go to the blacksmith first, but because you need the money in order to start a theater, it would be... well, it's more efficient this way around. Good morning, Atheist. How is the 100% going? Well, we just started. It is chest day, indeed. Alrighty. Just trying to think what I might be forgetting. Also, if I miss something in the chat, sorry, but feel free to repeat stuff. It's kinda difficult to try and keep everything in my head here, while also trying to read chat and responding, and doing commentary. But yeah, if you have any questions or anything like that, let me know, because that might be something that we would potentially want to put into commands and such. 344 monies. Thank you for the host, I appreciate it. Alright, I want to helmet and armband. Bye-bye cap. I'm a doofus. Oh no! Oh, this is already a mistake right now. I need at least 100 gold left over in order to do the thing. I was thinking, wow, I have so much money left over. I felt like I normally don't have that money. Now I remember why. Great start. Now I remember why. Hey, look at the bright side. I'm gonna deal 5 more damage per swing. That's a low damage roll, because the power wrist allows me to do so. But also, I will have the appropriate amount of defensive equipment and some candy, so... yeah. That was not my smartest choice. Yeah, we need to get the sword sharpened in order to continue the story. I need 2 more goblins, I think, actually. Because I think they are 12 gold. But yeah, big whoopsie. You could say, we're just grinding up the weapons and stuff early, but unfortunately the spear is already at level 1, so this was unfortunately just last time. Oh well. I feel like my timer indicates that I may have done the same mistake last time already. Okay, it was more than 12 gold per item. Yes, the sprite does give the 100 gold back. That already happens as soon as you go to the backstage of the theater. Alrighty. I will need an armband for the sprite too, but we won't be able to afford another power wrist, so it will just be a literal armband. From Nico, eventually. So hopefully the sprite doesn't die along the way, because Spiky Tiger is going to be a bit of a menace, as usual in Glitchless runs. Good luck, back to sleep. Well then, rest well, Velocity. Thank you for dropping by, and thank you so much for 30 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Is he ever not a menace? Well, in speedruns where you use glitches, he is pretty easy, honestly. Can be a little bit annoying, but for the most part, pretty easy. Hello. Hello. Alrighty. The boy's name is Happy. The sprite's name will be Year. So we will get the party members of Happy Year New in our party. I went the wrong way around in the menu. Oh well. This is not part of the speedrun usually. Just the other. There we go. Year joined, and as usual, I'm immediately going to equip the spear here. Alrighty, so we actually have to purchase an act here for 100 gold. It is required in order to progress. So unfortunately we won't be able to afford anything until we get to Nico in the Lost Forest. Yeah, no. That's not so happy. Let's keep it positive. Or no. Alrighty. We have 2 candies that we can use, which is 1 more than I should have, theoretically speaking. And I will still want to get the boy up to level 2 for the weapon before Spiky Tiger. And curiously enough, it actually is quite a fine choice to start leveling weapons right now already with what we have, because the experience is not gonna be any better later. The difference is going to be later I will be able to defeat the enemies quicker, so we're going to be investing a little bit of time, but it's in a sense only half as much as you might think it would be. but this should help a little bit with our money situation. I will want to buy an armband or a wristband for the sprite. These guys have 60 HP exactly. Oh, sorry, Spritey. Sprite should level up soon, hopefully before he gets knocked out, or they get knocked out. But yeah, I'm not attacking with the sprite here because the enemies here are 2 hits with the boy all by himself. It's gonna make this slightly more straightforward overall. Alrighty. This should do the trick. We should have enough money now to buy an armband for the sprite. The reason why an armband for the sprite is so important is because... Wait, the sprite can't equip these. Right. Guess we're gonna equip the lady then. Or not yet. Oh no. Forgot about that part. Bell candy? It's not gonna... Well, I suppose I could have. Either way, equip the sprite for now with the current equipment. It'll be fine. These wolves are gonna be a menace anyways. Well, sprite is probably dead. Boy could also be dead here. Alright, this is why I saved before coming in here, and look at the bright side. There's more efficient chopping huts along the way. Okay, with that. Sword already level 2, so I actually did not need to worry that much about preserving or getting the damage on the boy. Alright, I will need the candies anyways for Spiky Tiger, and I will probably also want to buy some chocolates along the way, as well as at least 1 medical herb. And we will get the chairs along the way, so it'll be fine. Okay, the sprite also gets their HP refilled. That's again not a good start. As much as the lady actually does her attack animation, she does not in fact deal any damage. I think I may have them now. Okay, I have 1 of them. Alright, we got him. Chest? No chest. Alright. Oh boy. This is tricky. But on the bright side, hey, the lady now gets a full set of equipment already. It's not good equipment, but the reason why this is important is because unless you have at least something... So here's the new lady. Our team. Unless you have something equipped in each and every single item and equipment slot, your chance of taking a high damage roll from enemy is significantly increased. It is technically labeled as evasion by certain sources, but calling it evasion is a bit misleading. It's basically just a chance of taking a high damage roll from enemies and such. Also, I might as well switch already over to a new weapon with the boy here, which means I'm gonna give the lady the next weapon here, because we might as well start leveling up the weapons to the appropriate levels already. Plus she gets an appropriate weapon here. Deliberately waited there a little bit, because otherwise my AI will get hit while trying to pass by that bow enemy. The main downside of not using the sword is that the sword is the only weapon that we currently have upgraded. Means the other weapons just don't deal as much damage with the boy's attacks. But we do need a few more levels on the level lady anyways. Okay. Sprite already leveled up the spear, so I'm gonna actually just switch the buttons for them. Also, hey, chest! Their standard item is gold, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not amazing, but it's still useful. The poison needles, well, it's a trap. 50% of the time, unless you have enough agility, you're going to get a trap from enemies in the chests. So we lost 2 coin flips so far. And don't worry, we will have enough agility in the end, or at least another method of disarming the traps for that matter. You have the worst luck? No, you can't say that yet. That's too early. Ah, right. What a mess of a action economy. But yeah, I'm killing a lot more enemies than I normally would, just because I do want to get that weapon experience up as well. Welcome to you as well, Tasty Beef TV. I hope you have a nice day so far. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Welcome. So, you can actually not push these... Oh, well, it's gonna get healed anyways. You cannot push these enemies around, because they are spawned by the I Spy. And the I Spy is a stationary enemy that you cannot push around, so... Basically, the enemies that the I Spy spawns inherit those properties. Alright. The funny thing about the chairs is that you can stack damage on them. Normally, oh, that was too early. Normally in glitchless runs it is absolutely not worth killing the chairs. Also, I'm just gonna step on this switch twice in order to call over my allies there, and now we hope that we don't get bodied by this wolves trying to pass through. Okay. The AI sprite actually hitting the wolf was very important there, otherwise this could have gone pretty poorly. What do I expect this run to take? 24 hours, give or take about 4 hours, depending on how lucky we get. That's just kind of my baseline expectation right now. So this is going to go well into the new year, well, at least around here. Alrighty, the curious thing is, I actually have more money than I anticipated I would have. I'm going to buy 2 chocolates here. I will be able to afford another power wrist for the sprite or the lady soon. I did have something in the back of my mind about needing to buy the armband, and I was kind of wondering, wait, who could not equip the thing? And for some reason I mistakenly assumed that the lady was the character who could not equip the armband. So that was not quite accurate. It was the sprite. And I do want to keep the sprite alive actually in my glitchless run, so to speak. The reason for that is because the lady is the character to... the sprite is the character who needs to have a high enough MP levels in order to, well, cast spells a sufficient amount of times against bosses. In glitchless runs that is very important. Okay. That was an interesting attack by the sprite, but it works pretty well. Right, gonna switch over here. And this is gonna get real messy real quick. Because the lady and the sprite will always get hit by the spiky tiger at the beginning. The sprite might die if he takes too high of a damage roll. The lady will almost certainly survive that first impact. If she doesn't, I hope I saved. I think I saved. Yeah, spell stacking is not a glitch. Otherwise, running glitchless would be incredibly awkward, honestly. Neither is denying damage through the use of items. Which again, would be incredibly awkward to run this if you were to consider this to be a glitch. So, I'm going to intentionally get eaten here with the boy. And then I'm going to intentionally get the lady eaten. Uh-oh. Oh no, the lady was not supposed to die there. I needed to heal her. Have to heal the sprite here. The boy as well. The lady was the one supposed to survive here. Now it's going to be with the sprite who has less defense. Or at least a higher chance of getting hit by a spiky tiger. This should be fine still. Yeah, we're okay. Alright. Oh no. That's a little bit awkward, but we managed. In fact, technically the sprite surviving is the better case scenario right here. Because the sprite gets the experience from Spiky Tiger, whereas the lady does not, and we really mainly care, for now anyways, about the sprite getting the full experience. So, because we need to reach the threshold where the sprite has 12 maximum MP, which is the next level at 92 HP. Poor kitten exploded. He swallowed some fireworks. Maybe. Hey Blood, hello and welcome. I hope you're doing well. You can do it without stacking by waiting a certain number of frames and still have it function the exact same as stacking. Not sure I understand. You're fine? That's nice. Alrighty. By the way, if you see a split coming up in the bottom left, those are the splits, where it says pick up weapon orb or something like that, that is not normally there in regular runs, or just kind of generally speaking, if something is written about weapons, feel free to let me know, because I might not be noticing. Because I'm a derp. Sometimes that happens. Alright, either way, you get that. I'm gonna equip the whip here on the boy. We're starting to level up weapons. The boy here. That as well. Slightly safer across the board. Oops. Oh, that didn't kill it. Nice hit. You've been wanting to see this glitchless. Nice. Welcome to you. Okay, this is as glitchless as it gets. There will be probably some visual glitches here and there in this game, because that's just more or less unavoidable. But generally speaking, I'm not gonna abuse any, well, unintended mechanics, or mechanics in an unintended way. Or at least what I assume is not unintended. It's kind of difficult to define for this game. Remember to not level 8 form change glitch later. Yeah, about that. That's a thing. I wonder whether level 1 form change actually would already do this trick. Because I have no idea what exactly causes that. I suppose one thing to note, normally I would go for just enough experience to have the sprite reach the appropriate level after we defeat the tadpole. Oh no. The low HP animation of the fish is so sad. But in this case, I'm just gonna go for weapon experience on top of that, because we might as well. To be fair, it would technically be better if I get the weapon experience from the other two characters rather than the boy, because the boy will have it easier anyways. But in the grand scheme of things, it's likely not going to matter either way. Alright. So we need to deal 300 damage in order for this thing to transform. Then the second form will have 777 HP plus however much it's going to heal. It's usually about 200 HP per heal, and it's going to heal 3 times. There's not really a whole lot you can do about that. I do believe one of the Glitchless runs actually at some point managed to skip the healing animation, which I'm not entirely sure how that worked. But the Secret of Mana remake, you can actually skip the healing by just making the little biting lizard jump repeatedly. Does not work in the original here. Any difference between the normal Secret of Mana and the Snes Mini? The only difference you will see is visual. Everything else works the exact same. In fact, technically speaking, it is the exact same, like, underlying game ROM compared to the original. It's literally just the SNES Mini's emulation aspect of the ROM itself is just kind of putting an extra layer for subverting the flashing effect of various, like, cutscenes. You know, the bright white flashes that are pretty unpleasant on the eye? That's kind of toned down significantly on the Super Nintendo Mini version here. And that's the only difference. And as I said, technically that's not even part of the game, that is just an extra filter layer on top of it. Yeah, I don't even know why I even tried to change form Dark Glitch. Guess I thought it was funny. Alrighty. Managed to defeat the biting lizard, no problem. And here we go. We're going to get our first set of spells, and this is kind of the beginning of where the sprite needs to have 92 HP, because that means he has the equivalent, or they have the equivalent of 12 MP. And since the free spell of Andini costs 2 MP, well, 12 is divisible by 2, 11 is not. So we get a little bit extra magic experience here. Which also means we're going to be using that exactly here. I think I tried to ask what happened when you used the spell in Dark Glitch. I see. That's very possible. Alrighty. This is where we start casting spells. These fish actually only take half damage from Undine spells, and worth noting, you can actually chain in physical damage at the very end of the spell attacks and get additional, well, that takes so... Alright, you can actually get additional weapon experience. Actually, let me phrase this differently. When you defeat the enemy entirely with a spell, you do not get weapon experience additional to everything else. However, if you add a bunch of physical attacks at the end, you do get the weapon experience in the end, which is pretty useful. Oh yeah, the whip does not have a close range hitbox. It does not deal damage at close range, which means I should not walk up like that. It's such a force of habit, because the lady is normally the character who does not have the whip. I just put it on the sprite in Glitchless runs. Does the weapon have the best... Oh, yes, the weapon... Actually, I don't know, to be honest, actively vacant. It's just the weapons happens to be usually the last hit, because you can chain in physical damage at the very, very end of a magic attack. So I just usually do that because that's the quickest way of doing it. I don't know whether it has to be the last hit. It probably has to be the last hit, actually. Would make the most sense. Okay, X reaches level 1, so going to switch up the X for the sprite here. Normally we would not worry about that, of course, but might as well right now. So yeah, I think it has to be the last hit. Alright, since I also killed a bunch more enemies than usual, we're going to complete the equipment pieces here. More specifically, we would just want to have an item for the sprite in terms of armor or elbow, that one. We don't need any other pieces of equipment here. I will, however, buy additional candy. And 1 cup of wishes. Money is very, very tight in glitchless speedruns, especially in the early stage of the game. So 1 cup of wishes has to be sufficient. Worth noting that even if you level up in the original here, you do not recover your MP. So that means I actually have to go to sleep in order to recover MP in the sprite here. Welcome to you, Yusuf. Doing quite fine, thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. Might as well save while we're at it. I'm gonna be saving probably very frequently. So, we still need to cast a few spells in order for the sprite to level up magic up to level 1. We want to have magic level 1 before we, well, face the fire gig, because technically afterwards is quite fine. I intentionally did not attack the enemies here with the boy's physical attack. Number 4. It has 1 more spell cast in him. Oh, I was wrong. Because now I can chain in an additional physical attack at the very end right there. This gives us weapon experience. So the sprite is 1 spell away. Wait, stop doing that. The sprite is 1 spell away from leveling up the magic up to the next level. And this is usually sufficient in order to defeat the fire gigas coming up. Because 1 spell will deal, on average, about 200 damage. He has 850 HP, and we get... Wait, we get 5 spell casts. He has... Okay, we have 10 maximum MP, not 12. There we go, that's why it didn't work out in my head. I forgot I had the wrong amount of HP in my head. Oh. Speaking of wrong thing, lady. I should have done this before. I forgot that's part of the glitchless run. You want to have frost-based weapons in order to turn the enemies into snowmen. So they are not gonna be nearly as much of a threat anymore. It says mana base at 23 hours, but PB says 9 hours. Oh, that is the individual split you're seeing there, Syria. The personal best is the individual split of 9 minutes for this one here. In theory, I could actually just remove that one, because there's not much of a point of having PB, because the individual segments really are not going to matter that much. But yeah, I guess that's a bit misleading. Okay, got through here pretty well so far. Didn't even get hit along the way. Yeah, if you have any more questions like that, because that is actually pretty weird, feel free to let me know. Alright, do not attack the... Oh. Oh my goodness. I'm not used to the lady menu being the one that is gonna be in the forefront here. There we go. The lady managed to finish him off. He had 8 HP remaining. I was pretty close because I think the boy survives the attack there either way. But it could have been really sketchy. So fun fact, after you talk to Gnome here, you get Gnome spells. You never technically have to seal the mana seed of the earth. The game never checks for whether you do or not. But practically it is very important that we do, because otherwise we will not be able to level up our spells to the next level. Right now, level 1 is the maximum for spells, and we need to have our spells to be level 2 or higher, preferably soon. We have a stack of pancakes and some bacon. Time for romping. Well, enjoy that. That's nice. So on the way to wall phase, I will want to level up our spells to the next level. More specifically, the sprite spells. The lady could also level her spells, but once she has more maximum MP, and I'm specifically focusing on that, it will be slightly more efficient. Something like that. Oh, right. I just said that in the original, you do not recover MP, which means the sprite does not actually have the MP back right now. Even after leveling up, I need to go to bed. Not going to worry about saving here, because we're going to take 2 more sleeps. So the important part will be to get the sprite to level 2 Earth Magic once we hit a certain portion of the game. And in theory I can weave in a few spell casts. So that's gonna be 5 additional spells. Alright. That is 10 spell casts for Gnome. It does not matter how much damage you deal, or whether you specifically even hit the target or not, or whether it is off screen. As long as the spell goes through, or more specifically if the MP is subtracted from the sprite's MP pool, you will get the magic experience for casting. Worth noting that if you cast spells in areas that are, well, like town areas, such as, for example, if, like in here, if the lady were to cast spells here, she only gets half the magic experience. Safe areas, there we go. I think that's a good way to put it. Basically, in areas, the way you can identify safe areas is you do not have your weapons drawn, so to speak. Alright, the sprite will want to cast a few more gnome spells right here. Again, it doesn't matter that the rabbit is already gone, so this is level 2. And this is going to be a grand total of 20 spellcasts. Which means it's only 5 more spellcasts until the gnome reaches level 2 for the sprite. We will be using 5 no spellcasts on the next boss coming up. Oh, come on. I was kind of hoping to knock that thing out, but didn't quite work. If you would give one tip to someone to help them get better at this game, what would it be? What would that be? Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to say. Maybe if you want to get better at this game, understand how a glitchless speedrun works, and maybe try to do like one run of it. That might be a way to go, I guess. Oh, I remember now why. Wait, no, that still doesn't make sense. Oh, it does make sense. I was just kind of trying to think. So I remember it being more optimal to cast like 2 or 3 free spellcasts in order to train Andini slightly higher rather than just straight up going for gnome spellcasts here. I was trying to think as to why that was. Now I remember, because after Wall Phase the sprite will have 11 maximum MP, which means that you will be able to cast 1 additional slowdown cast on top of casting the 5 other spells, so that's why. Missed opportunity, that's okay. Not a big deal. You just mean for casual, I see. Honestly, I feel like it's still kind of the same idea applies to me. Might sound a bit weird, but basically, if you understand how a glitchless speedrun works, and why certain things are done the way they are, you will have a pretty good grasp on all the mechanics of the game, I think. Even if it's for casual. Like, you don't have to do a run yourself, obviously. It's just that's kind of how you learn about mechanics, I guess. I don't really have a good answer for you, I don't think. That's just my first thought, I suppose. Welcome to you, Taekweezy. And Black SD. And Pressure. Wrong way! Wait, no, not now. You're going currently the correct way. Welcome to you, Xbri. Hope you have a nice day as well. Thank you. And soon we're coming up on the first Happy New Year thingy. Because I started exactly at the hour mark. Well, at least over here I did. And here we go. So, use Gem Missile on the Wall Phase. Wall Phase is weak to Earth Magic, for whatever reason, that's just how it is. Right has... yeah. Switch weapons here real quick. Alright. But it's not guaranteed that you defeat the Wall Phase with level 1 Gem Missile with 5 spellcasts. But it's pretty likely. I was just trying to charge up the sword here in case it wasn't a one-shot, so I would be able to do an additional charge attack. Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people it works to just play a game a whole lot in order to get better. But let me put it this way. If my experience in MOBAs with my friends, or well, actually, my real-life friend, is any indication, playing a whole lot might not be sufficient. You might specifically have to aim to improve. Crimers can't be tricked. Wrong way. But yeah, Wolf Phase being weak to Earth is kind of convenient. The reason why we don't use Earth Slide is because Earth Slide costs 1 more MP, which in the grand scheme of things that's 50% more MP cost, or not actually 50% more damage. So it is actually more efficient to just spam Gem Missile, even if it is more spell cost total. In technically speaking, it's just more damage across the board without having to refill our magic, which is kind of important. Here, oh actually, speedrun I don't have to cast now because I don't have. Yeah, normally you want to cast speedrun because you cast like 1 or 2 free spell casts before, but right now doesn't matter. Because I didn't cast the free spellcast before. So this is 5 more experience with freeze. That is a total of 17 spellcasts for the purpose of leveling to the next level. And here we're going to buy 2 fairy walnuts. One is for the Kilroy coming up, and one is going to be for Jabberwocky after that. And this is the only place where you can buy fairy walnuts. They cost 1000 gold, and as you can see we really don't have much money left over. So even buying the 1 cup of wishes is normally quite a stretch. But because I'm killing a bit more enemies along the way right now than usual, this is not quite as big of a deal. Alright. I'm saving way too frequently, I don't need to save right now. Oh well. Alrighty. More spellcasts, this is going to be up to 22. You might be wondering, why don't you just cast spells on enemies and get more money and experience along the way doing that too? The reason is actually quite simple. The enemies around here give very little money and experience, so it's unlikely to make a difference on one hand, and on the other hand, the sprite would just kind of have a slightly longer recovery delay if I wanted to walk in between each spellcasting animation. The flower is so dead, yep. But yeah, I'm just casting spells because I want the spell experience. Alrighty, upcoming is the Kilroy. There's not really anything worth mentioning aside from the Kilroy is a boss where we do not have its elemental weakness because it doesn't exist. It doesn't have the elemental weakness. As such, we're going to use our most efficient, strongest spell that we have available, which in this case is Freeze. Freeze has a higher base magic power than Gem Missile, even though Gem Missile does have the same cost. In fact, Freeze has the same base magic power as Herb Slide. Effectively, almost all schools of spell have one spell that is effectively the same maximum quote-unquote base magic power. So there's that. Do I need to pick that up? I don't think I needed to pick that up actually. Because we're gonna get a whip chest later. Please don't kill Roy. but why? Hello. Welcome to everybody. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, so there's actually a decently high likelihood that we are not gonna be able to finish off the Kilroy here. With the amount of freezes we have, because the first 3 are going to be level 1. Was it the first 2? What's the first 3? And Sprite gets the MP recovered here. And you can see this is not gonna do a whole lot of damage, all things considered. 372. I think actually it's a pretty good damage roll, slightly early. Too early. Yeah, it's going to be getting knocked out very soon, so we should be fine as long as we don't miss too many times. 1 hit was sufficient, so I guess we're quite okay. Did I name them Happy New Year? Indeed. Was a suggestion by Jazz Quanchi. As usual, we have to sleep before we do anything else. And we definitely want to save our game here. Because Jabberwock, he can't technically just cast Acid Rain before I get my spells through. And that would be pretty awkward, realistically. Also, I can actually use the magic rope here, that would actually be faster. Yeah, I don't have to pick up the whip orbs. I just remembered. It's like, that whip orb there is mainly used for solo character runs, where I want to defeat a later boss with the whip weapon. But we will get the ability to pick up a whip chest later in the Emperor's Castle, which is going to catch us up on all the previous whip orbs before that. So, the reason why we wanted to have Gnome at level 2 before is this boss coming up. Level 1 was sufficient for Wall Phase, even though we could already technically have level 2 for Wall Phase. But this boss here is the reason. This boss here is not weak to Earth, but is resistant to water. So Earth is just a better choice either way. Does 100% include getting the permanent mana sword? No, this is going to be glitchless in this case, and actually glitchless. The catch about getting the mana sword early is actually that it significantly changes how you need to approach the game in order to be able to level up all weapons up to 8.99. And if I don't do this from the very beginning, literally, it would actually result in it potentially being impossible to get all weapons up to 8.99. Actually, it's very likely to be impossible to get all weapons up to 8.99, even if you just play this game casually, if you don't know about certain aspects of it. Alright, we use 1 Herb Slide because it does deal more damage than Jet Missile. Since we have 1 MP left over, using up that 1 MP for that is actually quite fine. Okay, that's really good damage there. And he didn't heal himself. Good. He should be mostly fine here. Very, very unlikely that this is low enough damage roll that he doesn't get knocked out, and we got him. Technically possible, but incredibly unlikely. Yeah, magic you can always get up to 8.99, but weapons have a very particular problem. I might as well illustrate this right now while I'm just running through the game for now. So, one of the problems of getting all weapons up to 8.99 is that the way... it's glitchless. I'm not supposed to approach this seed from the side. Let me correct this real quick by just doing this the normal way. It's such a force of habit. Either way, let me illustrate this real quick. So, the way weapon leveling works is as follows. The character that gets the last hit on an enemy gets the full weapon experience from that enemy. Now, that full weapon experience can still be halved if the enemy is too low level. So for example, if I were to defeat a rabbit right now with the boy's swing with the sword, he would only get half the weapon experience. And the sprite and the lady get half of that. Now, the way it is determined how much weapon experience you get is, generally speaking, based on your weapon level. So at level 1, if your weapon has a maximum upgrade level of level 1, you will get 8 experience. So this means if you defeat an enemy with a weapon, I get 8 experience baseline. If the enemy is too low level, I get only 4, so half that. And then subsequently the other characters that did not land the last hit on that enemy get 2, half of that. And the thing is, once you have the weapons at level 8, you get 1 weapon experience. And because all the experience you gained for weapons is rounded down, instead of gaining 1 weapon experience, so, no, let me correct this. At level 8, you gain 1 weapon experience baseline, which means you have to defeat 100 enemies in order to level up your weapon to 99. To level up your weapon up to 8.99. However, because you will likely be too high level to get full weapon experience from any enemy in the game, because the highest enemy level is 72, if I'm not mistaken, you will likely not be able to do that in the straightforward way. So usually, if you see somebody who basically more or less 100%ed a casual file, you will usually see the weapons probably be capped at weapon level 8 point something. It's rarely going to be 8.99 on all weapons unless they specifically aim for it, or just coincidentally their strategy happens to result in the way they need to do this. Also, we just used a bunch of magic with the sprite here in order to defeat the enemies. And I'm going to go back to Gaia's navel to both sleep as well as get the Mage Mallet. But yeah, from 8.0 to 8.99, you need to hit an enemy that gives you weapon experience, or some weapon experience. Otherwise you don't get weapon experience. Which means if your character level is too high, you literally cannot get past level 8.00 anymore. Unless you use a little trick. So, as mentioned before, if you, let's say, have a weapon at level 1, and I'm intentionally going to let the Javelin stay at level 1, I will still get 8 weapon experience for killing an enemy, halved because it's gonna be too low of an enemy level, so it's gonna be 4. And my allies are going to be getting half of that. Which, even though they will have their weapons at, let's say, 8.00, they still get 2 weapon experience from that. And that's kind of the entire idea on why to leave the Javelin at level 1 and the sword at level 2. So the sword actually only has a maximum weapon level of 8.00 unless you glitch early mana sword. Then you could get it to 8.99. If you glitch the final mana sword early, you actually have to leave a character at low level and very carefully level up your weapons using that low level character all the way up to 8.99. I did that in my very first 100% run, which was mostly glitchless except getting the mana sword early. And that entire process took so much longer, let me tell you. But because this is gonna be truly glitchless, I'm going to be going for all weapons to only up to, well, the normal maximum, which means we can't just leave the sword at the baseline, which also means we will be able to level up the sword to 8.99 without any trouble. 8.00 without any trouble, that way around. Since you can always get the weapons up to level 8. Always. It's just 8.99 is the problem. Yes, with magic it doesn't matter because your magic is not actually dependent on enemy level, it's just how many times you cast a spell and whether you cast the spell in a safe area or not. So you will always be able to get your magic up to 8.99. Did you ever figure out how you were getting the extra spear / Javelin Orb from the boxes for level 9 before the last area? I have not, Chumley, actually. I did not manage to figure out anything. So that's still a mystery to me. And yes, weapons beyond level 8 effectively don't do anything. They technically have an effect on the mana sword attack power, but practically it really doesn't matter. Because you will get maximum damage regardless. So it's basically getting all weapons up to 8.99 is largely just for style points. For competitive category, that's a little shorter. Yeah, by the way, this is not really a competitive category. To my knowledge, there's not really anybody else who runs this kind of thing. I have done a 100% no level grind, or no grind run in the past, which was a fair bit shorter to say the least. Because I didn't level weapons and I also didn't grind out magic. It was actually a pretty decent run. A lot shorter than I anticipated it would be. So now we need to unlock the next area here. You'd like to see a glitchless category for Secret Mana run competitively? Oh, there is a glitchless category, like glitchless in general. That is actually a competitive category, and Pork Shorts recently-ish has gotten a pretty decent run. I'm gonna reset this room. Well, I say pretty decent. I have to admit I didn't actually watch the run yet, but it has to be actually really good from all I know about the game, with having a time of I think 3 hours and 40-ish minutes, slightly less than that. But yeah, there is a competitive glitchless category. It's just not a whole lot of people run Secret Mana in the first place, which is, well, probably part of the tricky thing, I would say. Also here, we did get the Mage Mallet, which allows me two things. One, going to allow me to deny damage from enemies, and two, I actually can cast spells slightly quicker while having a character being Pigment, which is really helpful. Because Spring Beak actually has only like 740 HP. So we can just nuke him. But yeah, Glitchless is indeed a category for regular Secret Mana speedruns, and let me tell you, it is significantly more brutal than doing or running the game with glitches, because you are always short on money and resources. You have to effectively more or less play perfect, really, in order to get through a lot of areas. Magic is so OP in this game? Yeah. Magic is ridiculously good in this game. So, sealing the mana seed of the wind. Once again, you don't technically have to do that. It's actually not required in any capacity. The game never chucks for it, but because I want to get all the weapon or magic up to the maximum level, plus this is a glitchless run, which means magic is gonna be my main use. Also, it actually makes you deal slightly more magic and physical damage and take slightly less damage. Basically, there's no good reason to not just seal the seed. Plus, arguably, it's not intended, so it would not even fit in the glitchless category. And yeah, a large portion as to why magic is so good is because it cannot miss. That is actually, I dare to say, pretty accurate. Not the only reason, it's also because you can so easily take advantage of enemies' elemental weaknesses as well as just stack damage, without having to worry about the enemy's animation. I'm gonna level the girl's Sylph magic here. Maybe not specifically here, but generally speaking, Sylph will be leveled, yes. So the reason why I'm casting spells here with the sprite to level up Sylph up to level 1 before we encounter the next boss. The next boss is going to be weak to Sylph, as you might expect, and we currently do not have, well, a particularly good magic level with Sylph overall. And yes, it's more or less probably the faster to do it at the grandfather, unless you use glitches, at which point it almost doesn't matter where you do it, as long as you just keep refreshing your fairy walnut count by doing equipment thrashing. Oh, we need to open up this part here. But yeah, this is going to be a big part of the strategy, where we're just going to be grinding up spells for a long time. I actually don't know how long it takes exactly. Like 2 hours or so, I guess. The reason why you go in such an awkward zigzag pattern rather than running straight up is because this avoids enemy spawns. Otherwise you would have enemies along the way there. You didn't spawn the thing. Alright, let me try this again. This could be a little bit dangerous. So what I want to do here is I want to have this owl thing spawn these little guys. And they are actually 2-shot with Airblast. Not terribly efficient, but this gives me slightly more money to work with. An Airblast is kind of an awkward spell to use, because the projectiles need to reach the enemy before you can cast another spell. The last spell cast here basically doesn't matter, because it's not gonna knock out the enemy, but the sprite should have leveled up magic to level 1 now. Well, maybe. I might only have cast 5 spells in the first grinding area. By the way, one of the important parts coming up is picking up the Javelin. The reason why that is very, very important. So for the first time we can buy fairy walnuts here for a reasonable price, which is great. Anyway, the reason why this is important to pick up the Javelin Orb is because this is the only chest in the game with a Javelin Orb. And if you want it, well, you have to pick it up right now. Because otherwise we will have to grind for an additional weapon orb for the javelins in the Mana Fortress if we do not pick this one here up right now. Because as soon as you have effectively the next level of Javelin from a boss, this just disappears. If magic gets the killing blow without any weapon attacks from the characters, then all characters just get half weapon experience, right? I think you don't get any weapon experience if magic gets the killing blow. I have to admit I didn't exactly investigate this recently, but I think that's how it worked. Riding on a green turtle carrying a rabbit? Right? Oh! Buzgaboo! Or Vuskav. Oh, you know what? For safety, I'm going to go ahead and get my spellcast in here. Yeah, I was actually missing one spellcast earlier. That was a mistake, honestly. Gonna get a little bit more money. These Steam Crab, by the way, they have a common drop of a fairy walnut. So if I'm lucky, I will potentially get a chest from that and get a free fairy walnut. Most of the time, anyways. Then again, the chest drop is not terribly likely in the first place. But of course, we're just gonna go back and recover MP. This is pretty inefficient compared to how a glitchless speedrun would do it, but oh well. Better safe than sorry in this kind of run for now. You like to imagine you have a stack of sandwiches piled to the ceiling as preparation. Well, that would be a bit too many sandwiches, to be completely honest. But one thing I apparently didn't properly prepare is I need to go and refill my water jug. So it's unfortunately not really going to be a cutscene coming up anytime soon, where I wouldn't lose any time, but I think water is really important, so I'm going to probably just refill it while or after the next boss. Nice, actually hit that guy. Oh wow, that guy's out of the way. When you jump across a rope pool gap here, you do actually get all your status effects removed, like silence. Death also technically gets removed, but it gets reapplied after the rope pool jump, because the game does remember. Which is also why, in case you jump across a rope pool gap while one of your characters is dead, you get the message again that your character sees the Reaper, which is the message that you get when your character gets knocked out. Little fun fact. Alright, wait, wrong spells. I think they actually allow this now in glitchless runs, where you move during the little text box there. Pretty sure they do allow this. Alrighty. I need to pick me the Sprite, so the Sprite can cast spells slightly quicker. And welcome the Great Viper. I should actually probably get slightly stronger weapon here with the boy if I ever hit this guy physically, which I will try. So you actually cannot stack extra damage onto the Great Viper in its hurt animation. The sprite is gonna be fine here, because while you're casting spells, you're completely invulnerable to enemy attacks. But I could have actually gotten an additional physical attack in right there, while the worm was running around. Yeah, this guy has just about a little bit more than 1000 HP. So these spellcasts are actually, I think, not gonna be quite enough in order to knock it out. I think I need another fairy one up here. Maybe. Yeah. That's not good. Alright. Oh! That was closer than I anticipated it would be. Also, I forgot to split. I did pick up the Javelin Orb, so that's the important part. One sandwich every 6 hours. Something like that. Alrighty. As mentioned before, I need to go and refill my water jug here real quick, so gonna be a slight delay, sorry about that. But enjoy the nice music, because this is one of my favorite music pieces. So, running upstairs real quick, be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. And I have... wrong controller. There we go. And I have water now too. Neat. Do I need... I don't need fairy walnuts yet. Normally in my Glitchless route I actually would upgrade the... I would upgrade the sword to level 3 in order to use it against the upcoming boss, but... well... I need the sword at level 2 maximum. In fact, it would be preferable if I could keep the sword at level 1 rather than level 2, but because it is required for you to progress, well, I have to upgrade it to level 1 right here. Well, 1 level higher, which is level 2. Your favorite song from this soundtrack is In the Ice Forest. Nice. Even though the Ice Forest is one of the spookiest and most dangerous places overall, I definitely understand that. Alrighty, just running through the desert. There is many different solutions to the desert. You go up, left, down, right, up, or you go up, right, down, Left up, you go up, right, up, left, up, left, up, right, up. Basically, you just want to approach your entrance tile from the side. In a sense, just kind of go in a small circle. That's the entire secret to this. Also, welcome to the machine room, where people just walk around in order to, I don't know, generate heat, and that's kind of what keeps the sand ship going. Literally people walking around? I'm not sure. Get to work. Oh, right, I actually need to talk to this guy twice. Whoopsie. So, also, apparently if there's fire, the solution to this is just randomly walking around some more. Also, in case you're wondering about the moonwalking, I'm holding down the B button and the R button right now at the same time, which means that I'm not changing my facing direction. You can also press or hold B and L in order for that to work as well. There's no point in doing this right here, it's just for fun. But it's something you can do. This is not a glitch, this is a function in the game. This is programmed in. This is intended. It's just something most people don't know about. Kind of, there's another function in the game where if you... oh, what was it? If you hold down the B button and the L button and then tap the R button 39 times and then release B and L and then press R once more. I might be wrong on exactly how it works, but you actually get a little Easter egg too, where in the status bar at the bottom you see the letters NAS, like kind of like Nazir. Like you said, glitchless, not glitchless. Maybe. Alrighty. And like before, we have the sprite here cast a bunch of spells. If that guy ever gets in range. There we go. I don't actually know whether I need to... Yeah, I do need to give the sprite an additional fairy walnut here. I wasn't sure about that. It's been a while since I did an actual glitchless run. Or speedrun anyways. I'm actually gonna finish off with using Gem Missile here. Because this guy is already defeated. I'm just adding, well, probably defeated. I'm just adding additional damage here. With a spell that needs still some magic experience. Welcome to you, Blazin. How are you doing today? And way to go. Get the whip orb. I like to bully enemies. Now I'm practicing magic. I don't bully. No bully, please. This is normally where you finally get your armor upgrade in a regular run. But this is glitchless, so I don't get any equipment pieces. Because that's too expensive. We have to save our money. And welcome to you, Supra Medical. I hope you have a nice day so far. Save your game, yes please. We do want to, however, get more fairy walnuts right here. We had one remaining, which means I need to buy 3. Just double checking, I guess. I will also want to have the lady cast. stone saber so we can defeat some enemies along the way. It's not without risk, to say the least. But it should be mostly fine, probably. Welcome as well, Ryok. I hope you have a nice day so far as well. Alrighty, welcome to the Ice Country, where the wolves are super spooky because they have ridiculous attack range and attack speed. So yeah. I still try to defeat them here with petrification weapons, because if an enemy gets petrified, they lose half of their earned HP. Wait, did the sprite just get... Wow, alright. This is not a good start. Okay, we're gonna go back real quick and just save. Or well, reset this entire thing. So yes, enemies very spooky around here. Especially since I think that was a critical hit on the sprite. I feel like the sprite got one-shot. It's very, very, very unusual for enemies to land a critical hit, unless they are master ninjas. Ice Country is hard, indeed. Alright, we're gonna go with the old strategy of Ice Saber instead. Now would be a good time to upgrade armor by killing a few wolves, indeed. Definitely highly recommend doing that when you play this game casually. Alright, got him. Got him. And Joe MC, hello, welcome. Welcome to you, well, thank you so much for 15 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, that was the last charge for the boy. For the weapon attack here. Alright, didn't get a turtle spawn, that's actually very convenient. Here we spawn this guy, so there's less enemies in the center. Oh, less apparently means 2. That's actually still one more than I usually get. Either way, no. I'm waiting a little bit here with casting the spells because I want to chain in some physical attacks with the boy at the end here. And Warrior Face is not weak against any particular magic elements that we have access to. I'm also going to cast one slowdown here just for practicing magics. No, but it's... Why did it run in there, Sprite? What is that about? Well, there goes one of my 3 clubs of wishes. What was that? Okay, Freeze is level 3, which is actually currently the maximum we can have on our spells. And as you will see, this is not gonna be a whole lot of damage. This guy has a lot of magic defense overall, so it's pretty awkward to try and take down, well, Warrior Face with magic. But weapons are gonna be even slower, so it's just more efficient to try and use magic here overall across the board. Also, I think those are pretty low damage rolls so far. Yeah, right now, unfortunately, we are no longer leveling magic because the maximum is 3. But it's kind of as good as it gets here. The one thing matching I'm leveling here is whenever I'm using speed down at the end of the attacks here. Welcome to you, Captain Duck. I hope you have a nice day so far. Ring. Turbo makes spiky a lot tougher too. Secret Mana Turbo? I don't think I've seen that one before. But I don't feel like casually you need spiky to be more difficult. Might just be me. Either way, here we get Salamander, and I will want to cast enough spells to have the sprite get to level 1 Salamander. Which means there's gonna be a bunch of more wolves hopefully going down, rather than me going down, because, yeah. Welcome to the tropics, which are no longer tropics because, well, we just snatched their energy source to make it tropics. So these turtles here often die to one spellcast, yeah they do, but my main goal here is to level magic anyways. Fun fact, these wolves are not weak to fire, they are in fact not water-based creatures. However, these clouds, LA Funks, are, on the other hand. Trying to get my magic levels here up a little bit. This is not good. Not good. Okay, we somehow didn't get crushed there by the wolves. But lucky. We need to buy some fairy walnuts here. Actually one less than I would normally like to have, so I think I'm gonna change up my strategy very slightly on the upcoming area. I feel like I may have missed something along the way. And hey Ruff, welcome to you! Thank you so much for 57 months of support, welcome back to you! For a crazy long time, welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well, Ruff. Okay. Gonna be fine. I actually have to scroll the screen slightly down in order to be able to target these. Prioritize attacking the Funk. So the change in strategy here is actually I'm grinding just a little bit of extra levels across the board. I do actually want to knock that guy out. Alright. Not levels, but maximum MP, money, all these kinds of good things, because I want to make sure that I manage to get through this next area without too much trouble. This is definitely not the optimal strategy compared to how you can do it glitchless, but this is the strategy I use for now. Do many people run this game? No, not really. There is usually only like a handful of... usually like one person, maybe two at most traditionally. And 100% is not really much of a official category, put it that way. I need to control these guys. This is gonna get really dangerous if I don't balloon beam these dudes. At that point I might as well knock them out, I guess. But, alright. Oh no. Oh no. This next screen is kind of the worst thing. So I'm actually just running up the sprite here, because while you're casting spells, you're invulnerable to enemy attacks. And this is literally what I'm using here, in order to get past here. Relatively unscathed. Oh, the lady will die now. Okay. The lady dies here, it's not that big of a deal. If the sprite dies, we have to revive. Okay, I need to reset this. Did I miss a thing? I think I missed a thing. I don't need to pick up the claw orb here, at least not according to my splits, and I'm just gonna trust my splits here. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, missed again. I need to hit these guys, otherwise it's getting really ugly trying to get past this thing. In case you're wondering, there is a claw orb in a room to the right side in the Ice Palace here. But I don't have to get this one. I can just get a claw orb in a chest later, and that will catch me up on current amount of claw orbs. Claw, bluff, punch, whatever you want to call it. By the way, I think this is the first time I'm actually repeating a 100% category. Previously I always changed it up a little bit. This is the first time I'm actually going to do the exact same run I've done in the past. You know what? I'm gonna just play it safe. So this is gonna invest like 2 or 3 minutes. But I think this is gonna make it a lot safer if I just do it this way. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually going to just defeat these enemies with the weapon instead of using magic. Normally the way you want to do this is by knocking out their first form entirely without them being able to do anything in between. Fun fact, the lady is actually not crowd controlled while in the belly dash. So she will be able to still cast the spells. Also going to just... Oh, stop that please. Oh my goodness. There we go. That took me way too long. I'm going to use... Oh, she doesn't have any spells left. This is fine. But yeah, normally what you want to do is you want to knock out the entire 600 HP of these little guys in one attack. Or well, one attack sequence. And that is going to be normally enough in order to defeat them without them getting to transform into the second form. Which is why I'm just saying I'm just gonna play it safe, which means I will have enough magic guaranteed for the next boss. But this is gonna be a lot slower doing it this way around. Yeah, this is not the ultra long 100% type category that I did the very first time through. But it is one of the longer ones with level grind. To give you a brief overview, the first time I did a 100% run is basically 100%, mostly glitchless, except that I got the mana sword early, which consequently meant that I had to do some ridiculous shenanigans in order to be able to level up all weapons up to 8.99, including the sword, which involved keeping the boy at level 1 until I got all weapon orbs in the mana fortress. Which actually also meant that both the sprite and the lady reached level 99 before I reached level 3 on the boy. Actually, I might have even been level 2 on the boy. Either way, he stayed low level the entire time through. Then I used the boy's well, level very, very carefully in order to level him up and gain weapon experience on all characters. The second run I did was without bringing the sword to mana sword early, which meant I could just use the sword level 2 to leverage all the other weapons up to 8.99 without any trouble, which is what I'm gonna do here. This is this kind of run. The third time I did a 100% type run was without grinding, which meant no magic to 8.99 and no levels up to 8.99 either. Alright, getting past these guys is gonna be pretty dangerous, so gonna have the sprite cast spells to get past, hopefully. Nope. Sprite is dead. I have one more couple of wishes. I would prefer if the boy didn't die here, but it's also not that big of a deal if it does. Alrighty. This is always the risk here. The lady did not have any magic left anymore. I would normally want to cast Balloon on these slimes right there. Getting past them without the sprite being active, well, that's kind of tricky. Brigand! Hey Handler, welcome! And I hope you have a good New Year's Eve as well, and welcome to the rest of the year. There's Yagamoth right here. Alrighty. So, Fireball is gonna be my weapon of choice here. Kinda like previously. Unfortunately, it's not the best weapon to use, or the best spell to use in terms of locking down an enemy slash boss. But it's gonna be sufficient to lock him down, except for this part right here. Where I'm actually gonna have the lady cast a spell on the boy, just so he doesn't get knocked out right here. He does get knocked out anyways. It's fine. I mistimed it. Almost specifically, the sprite actually locked down the Ice Gigas before he got his spell completed right there. I'm gonna actually have the lady tank the thing right here. Oh well. I need to actually go and buy cups of wishes. Gonna be a freeze on everybody, isn't it? It is. Okay, that's only on the ladies. She's not gonna survive this unless I heal her. Here we go. Kinda want to have a little bit of insurance here still. He might be dead. He is. Alright. Whew. And Ruff, thank you. Thank you so much for the gift sub. That's really kind of you. Thank you very much. And hello. Welcome to you, Jane Kirby. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us. Yeah, pretty slow, honestly, in terms of completing this fight. But as I said, I was just trying to play it safe. Because, well, my weapon or magic experience and mainly the money was actually not looking too good there. Receive the fire seed, and this is gonna be the problem right here. This room here is likely going to kill the lady. Because the problem is that the enemies here... Oh, the sprite doesn't have any magic remaining. Okay. Okay, we might actually survive this for once. I'm actually trying to delay entry in here until the boy can run again. Because this guy here I don't have a way of hitting either. Okay. I guess I can risk it without having cups of wishes through this. The convenient thing is the lady actually did receive the ice weapons from the Frost Gigas, which is very convenient because now she can turn enemies into snowmen, and that actually helps a lot here. Okay, I don't know why the second wolf didn't spawn down there, but I'm kind of okay with this. Was just a bit spooked about it, to be fair. Alright, I think we're fine. Yeah, we're fine. Nice. Okay. Are you grinding for the weapon orbs too? Yes, that is the plan. But yeah, that first screen outside of the Ice Palace is kind of ridiculous. Like, you usually lose 2 characters trying to run through there quickly anyways, with no equipment, that is. Play this casually, you have at least some equipment on your characters, it's not that big of a deal, but the lady doesn't even have a headgear equipment right now, so... yeah. If we can finally buy fairy walnuts again, which actually means I had 1 fairy walnut left over that I could have used earlier, but I didn't quite realize that. But at the same time, we actually finally get a full set of Cups of Wishes here. We're also going to buy some chocolates for sustainability. But yeah, this is gonna be Secret of Mana, all weapon orbs, all weapons up to the maximum level, without glitches, all magic up to the maximum level, as well as getting the highest equipment pieces and fill up our inventory with unique equipment throughout the rest of, or the entirety of the game. Unique equipment means that I'm gonna be partially buying certain pieces of equipment, but largely it's gonna be trying to get the rare drops from specific enemies too, even one that is mostly useless. Most unique equipment you can find from enemies is actually pretty good. Except for the Guardian Ring by the Doom Swords. That's the one piece of equipment that if you find it, it's not even good. Which is a shame. And we're fine. Could have been a bit sketchy right there, but it worked out. We'll collect the boy here. You know what? Might as well get the experience from this guy. End of the line. Alright, here the sprite needs to open up the passage. This is also where the sprite actually gets the opportunity to... I need to wait until the orb activates. So I wanted to actually cast Sylph here in order to level up the sprite's magic a little bit, because we actually have plenty of MP and fairy walnuts remaining. This is where we start finally getting into the territory where money for the purpose of buying fairy walnuts is not as big of a deal anymore. So that's kind of nice. But I still need to be somewhat careful. And hey, Scusamer, the Black Mage playlist is missing the last part of Twitch. Okay, thank you. Would you mind posting that in Discord? Because right now it's a bit tricky for me to update the notes. But thank you, I appreciate the heads up. Welcome, I hope you have a nice day so far. Here we level up Sylph a little bit more. Yeah, I'm not weak to Sylph, by the way. It just happens that I want to level up Sylph magic either way. I think I can also just start leveling up Gnome here as well. Yep, that does work. Wait, did I need to pick up that weapon orb over there? No, that's an axe orb, isn't it? I don't need that. Oh wow. Normally I don't kill these enemies all the way here. But hey, we're fine. Thank you. Hey, how convenient. The enemy actually walked all the way up here. Means he did not shoot me from below like he normally does. Okay, I need to step on the switch before I can cast a spell here. Wrong spell. You actually specifically have to use Freeze Wave. Alright. So this guy is weak to Sylph. We're gonna use the spells correspondingly. He might also cast Earthlight here. I hope he doesn't. Right, I think we're mostly fine. And I will actually put the boy here as bait as soon as I need to refill my magic. Also going to go ahead and level up, or well, cast one more spell. No, just because this rounds out the magic slightly better. I build slow. Does the water spell remedy positive? Does the water spell remedy remove positive effects on your character like Lucid Barrier and Wall? It does not remove Lucid Barrier, but it actually can remove your wall. Also, I just realized why I'm... Oh, I was leveling up weapons in here, wasn't I? That's fine. Not gonna make that big of a difference. It actually might. This might be the inferior strategy that I'm using right now. But yeah, the thing is, Wall means that your spells and even positive effects bounce off of your characters onto enemies, which means if there's an enemy nearby, if you cast Remedy on your character, it will actually use up Wall spell effects. Or well, Wall charges, so to speak. So let's say at level 0, casting Wall on all your characters, you get 2 bounce backs, or 1 bounce back spell, or 2 on all characters. I don't remember. Either way, Remedy will, in case there is an enemy nearby, there it can bounce the spell to actually use up these charges. Is it a bug? No, it just bounces back all spells. Doesn't matter whether it is a positive spell or a negative one. That's just what Wall does, so to speak. That's just kind of the natural thing it does. It bounces back spells. It's more of a consequence of the spell, that's what it does, rather than it being anything weird in terms of interaction. So in case you're wondering why there's a minus 24 minutes on the timer, that is because in the previous run I actually grinded up my weapon experience in the Fire Palace. And honestly, I think that might have been the better choice, I just didn't remember to do that. So this might actually cost me more time way later in the run, because of weapon leveling potentially being slower. I don't know though. There's no bugs in Nazir games? Oh, there's plenty of bugs actually. But at the same time, if you are effectively a one-man army doing the job of 3 people in half the time that is normally required, it's still crazy impressive what Nazir managed to do. I mean, we always like to just kind of smile and joke at, ha, look at these funny bugs. But at the same time, I do want to acknowledge that the amount of work put into this game in such a short amount of time, and all the other ones, even if they have bugs, is actually pretty impressive. Welcome to Eating Spums. That does go on for a while indeed. Welcome, hope you're doing well. By the way, if I perfectly align myself with the wall, I can technically just walk past this NPC and not trigger him, but the spirit of Glitchless, we actually still trigger this cutscene, which means we have to input the code. He would actually not be here, he could just walk straight into the sewers. Oh, it will probably be more than 24 hours, let me put it this way. I do distinctly remember getting ridiculously good luck on my previous 100% run, so I don't expect to get this much luck this time around. Plus I might be a bit less prepared / more rusty, I'm really not sure. Balloons! Uh-oh. Oh boy. Lady's still alive, so we're fine. Hopefully Orb Drop goes fast. Honestly, the Orb Drop phase is my favorite part about the 100% grind, or also weapon equipment farming, etc. The part that is... Oh wow. Yeah, she's casting balloon, that's good. The part that I think is actually more boring is the weapon and magic grind. Because, well, it's just a straight up grind, but at the least the grind is going to be more of a, well, we're just slowly working our way towards the goal kind of deal. Yes, the majority of time goes into grinding magic, weapons, levels, and equipment as well as orb. Basically, just the grinding aspect is gonna be the majority of this game, generally speaking. I'd have to say there's not really one particular place that is going to cost me the most time, there's just going to be a bunch of places. You remember your first playthrough, got an extra spear orb, you were surprised and excited. Nice. In my first playthrough, I got my characters repeatedly killed by the Reaper, or at least I was really spooked by those traps in the Mana Fortress, and I never opened up any chests anymore in the Mana Fortress, because it felt like it was happening pretty much every time. Well, I never actually got anything out of the Mana Fortress, I just grinded and went straight for the bosses at the time. Run free patch? Question mark? So there's a spear orb on the balcony on the left, there is a bow orb on the balcony on the right. Let me actually double check real quick whether I did need this bow orb. Oh, I actually do need this bow orb. Huh. Why is it not written on my splits though? I'm supposed to get... Oh wait, the bow orb is after the vampire. Right, that makes more sense. By the way, in case I forget to go back to grab the bow orb, please do remind me. I would appreciate it. There's also sword orb in here, but kinda like with the spear orb, we just get them later anyways, so we don't have to worry about them right now. I should switch back to the boy. You saw change directions running. I don't think I did. You might have seen the AI run, because AI can just freely run whenever they want. Oh, this is not good. Also a bit slow there. But there's no such thing as rerunning in this. This is just an original game, so to speak. I'm playing in the Super Nintendo Mini, so it will have slightly altered visual thingies with the flashing effects for, well, making the overall look much nicer. But basically this is literally just buy an SNES Mini and this is the game you get. Which is the exact same as the original, in case you're wondering. I think the only recent-ish difference was actually on the Wii Virtual Console, where they fixed the bug in the Japanese version, where you can easily softlock on bosses. That is the one thing that changed, actually, officially. Oh, I need to switch over to the lady, because in this room here, if you have the boy in the front, the red bat will hit the sprite and the lady. Almost no avoiding it unless you take your time to actually hit the thing. Which, well, that would be slow. Spawn this guy in the corner, let him spawn an enemy. It means there's only one of these annoying imps up here. And the sprite is down. Well, that's less than ideal. Nice crit. I'll have to revive the sprite once I get over here. Oops. Take me the sprite. And here we go. So this is another boss where I'm actually... I don't care as much about dealing damage quickly as much as I want to just level up my spells. Now think about it, this is not a good idea against this boss. Because he can cast Cure Water. Now I will need to deal a lot more damage than before. Gonna get the healing first. Then the damage. And then we can deal more damage. Basically I'm just locking this guy mostly down, but he still gets to take an action every once in a while in between attacks and spells. Like that. Now the left eye is turned again, it could heal again in theory. But it's down already. The tree being the boy's mom is hilarious. I mean, it makes sense actually in the context of if you consider what the predecessor of this game was. Basically, the Game Boy game Final Fantasy Adventure for the US release or Mystic Quest for the Game Boy for the European release was actually effectively this game direct predecessor. In Japanese it's actually called Seiken Densetsu, and Secret of Mana is Seiken Densetsu 2. Seiken Densetsu 1 is in fact Final Fantasy Adventure for the Game Boy. And in that game, your companion, the lady that you basically find along the way, so to speak, she turns into a tree in the end. So it's actually explained in the story. Good morning to you, Zuka Blue. How are you doing today? It's just not in this game story. Yeah, if you get the collection of mana on the Switch, it actually is the first game in that list, if you'd like to play that one. Happy New... Ah! I just realized that. Right, just leveled up. Magic here to the next highest level. I actually prefer if the vampire would well, jump or fly away. So in this specific instance, I don't want this guy to jump around, because him jumping around makes it a lot more dangerous across the board. Once again, I'm using fireballs, not because it's effective or more effective, it's actually less damage than freeze. But the reasoning is because I want to just level up my spells along the way here. The sprite's gonna die at this rate. Should be mostly fine though. Yeah, the sprite was casting a spell. Maximum spell level right now is level 4 because we have sealed 4 mana seeds so far. I think that's my last fairy walnut right here. It is. And vampire down. Oh man, everyone alive, that's novel. Yeah, I suppose I have done solo character challenges runs more than anything else previously, or at least recently. Trying to fight this guy melee on is terrible. Yeah, it is. It takes a long time. And especially, you can't even hit the vampire with ranged weapons, like the javelin, the bow projectile, as well as the boomerang, just pass straight through him, and it doesn't deal damage to him. Why? Well, I don't know, I think it has something to do with layers and animation. Moppleton might know. Either way, we need to go ahead and grab the bow orb from over here. Because if I don't pick up this bow orb, I would actually have to farm an additional bow orb in the mana fortress. So effectively, I always have to pick up the last chest of any given weapon orb. However, I don't need to pick up the previous ones. There is a spear orb on the left balcony here. And I do not have to pick up that one. Because there's gonna be another chest with spear orbs in the gold titty tower, if I'm not mistaken. So this is gonna be more efficient to get then. It's had it. Happy New Year. Yep. I actually did not need to sleep, I just realized, because the sprite got the MP just recovered. Oh well, it's fine. I did pick up the bow orb, I forgot the split, it's fine. After Map Mantis we actually want to pick up the whip orb. And there's also axe orbs as well, but we don't need to pick up these. Technically, but I'm going to do anyways because it's going to be pretty awkward to pick up the axe orbs in the Gold City Tower due to the enemies being around there. I'm going to do a little bit of magic grinding after the Metal Mantis, I think. Until Freeze hits level 2. Welcome to you, Iserman. Good morning, good afternoon to you as well. I hope you have a nice day so far. You hate so much you can't even move. Well, I hope it was tasty. And welcome. No, normally I want to pick me this right before entering boss rooms, but before Vampire as well as for Metal Mantis, the animation of the cactus is actually going to disable the pigmeats right. So that would be mostly pointless. Alright, Spritey is going to start grinding up. No magic right here. Is already level 3, it was actually a fair bit sooner than usual. Hey, almost maximum damage. Nice. This should do the trick. Metal Mantis does not have particularly much magic defense, and level 3 spells, and even level 4 spells you can have here, defeat him rather handily. Ring. Alrighty. Similarly, jumping across the gap dash actually makes your character well, big again if they were picking it beforehand. So in this upcoming room here, I'm going to be leveling up Undine to level 4. I will need 2 freeze spell casts in order to guarantee killing them. But I can also simultaneously go ahead and level up my weapons a little bit. I think I was slightly too low. Oh, we were fine. Each one of these Embermen gives about 500 gold. Is out of magic. Also, what we can do here, curious enough, we can actually open up a chest. It's a 50-50 chance to get the trap anyways. But their common drop is a fairy walnut, so since I just used one, well, we can get one back. Getting past level 4 freeze is not gonna be terribly useful or efficient. Also, what I should do is I should switch weapon here. Ooh, Dax, thank you. Chocolate? Still a drop. Dax, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime Gaming. I really appreciate that. Welcome to you. Oh, glad you enjoy your stay. You're doing well. Good morning to you as well, RPG Chick, and welcome. This year's magic spell went up. Alrighty. We now have level 4 freeze. Level 4 freeze has a chance to kill these enemies here in one attack, but it's by no means guaranteed. Well, we got lucky in that case. I'm also going to unpick me the sprite. Because the sprite loves running into enemies, or any character that is pigment is just set to hyper aggressive in the AI script. I have no idea why, that's just how it is. So you wanna be a little bit careful about that. Excuse me, I need to go and pick up the whip orbs here. Which one is the chest with the whip orbs? That was the wrong one. It's actually a good thing that the Axe Orb chest is still here. gonna have to lady cast balloon on these clowns. Because as soon as you pick up the next chest, they're going to... spawn, because the chests prevent enemies from spawning, but they will spawn as soon as you pick up the chests here. So here we go. Fun fact, these enemies are always going to be in the same position that you left them in that room specifically. There's a few rooms like that where it actually makes it surprisingly efficient to grind enemies for drops or experience and stuff like that by positioning them, going through the door and respawning them again. There's also some spots you can do that in the House of Darkness to grind the other types of knights for their gauntlet early if you want to do that. I'm gonna exchange the sprite's weapon here, so we level up weapons a little bit differently. Alright, ping me the sprite. Let's go. Fun fact, you do gain weapon experience completing this cutscene as well as starting the fight with Macreda number 2. Don't know why, it just happens. Which is why I wanted to give everybody weapons where they can get proper weapon experience right here. Alright, I'm gonna continue leveling the gnome right here. Once Gnome is level 4, I think we are going to switch over to Sylph. Okay, Gnome is level 4, ending this with a bang, a Thunderbolt here. Thunderbolt costs 4 MP, so it's really expensive. Not really worth for grinding, because it's literally twice expensive as Airblast, but for the most part we have plenty of MP anyways for this one. Also, I forgot to split again. Oops. And Illus, thank you for the raid in the host, I appreciate that. And welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. And welcome to you, DDR Jake, hope you have a nice day so far, and well, premature Happy New Year to you as well. Raid, hey Illus, welcome. Any particular aspect that few people know about 100%? Well, honestly, mainly the part where you want to level up your weapons to 8.99 and you can permanently lock yourself out of it by leveling your character / your weapons up too high. Kind of a bit of a tricky thing to explain. Alrighty, so order of operation. Do we have enough money to buy a Lasso Ring here is the question. We need to get the fairy walnuts, of course. Oh, we do have plenty of money for that. Nice. The Lasso Ring increases intelligence by 5, and the sprite magic stat is intelligence. So effectively, we give the sprite additionally like 5 levels or so in terms of magic attack power. But this is not the only piece of equipment that works like this. Also, I do believe Lasso Ring is actually the first piece of equipment that I buy that is going to be in the final set of equipment pieces. Let's see... Full Breastlet, Shield Ring, Lasso Ring. Yes, actually it is. Would it just acquire as Lasso Ring? Oh, wrong color. Hey Grink, it's not exactly a good comparison to the previous run, if I'm completely honest with you. it kind of works for comparing, but not really. So don't be fooled by being half an hour ahead, because I did skip a certain grind that I apparently did in the previous run and I forgot about it. Still green. Good luck and Happy New Year to you as well. So, I will need to close my window in just a moment, so I will take like 20 seconds for that. Because it's starting to get cold. But we can do this with some of the best music in the game. Oh, I keep forgetting you can't go past that palm tree. Alright, and gonna be right back. Alrighty. I've acquired the Moogle Belt. So now we need to not forget to pick up the glove in the Palace of Darkness before completing it. That is very, very important. Oh, wrong way. Because otherwise I would have to grind out an additional glove orb from there. Which, fun fact, my very first 100% run did not realize there was a glove orb in the Palace of Darkness, so I had to grind out 3 in the Mana Fortress rather than the usual 2. Also here we get a circlet, and the circlet gives the sprite an additional 5 magic power. So this is basically going to be plus 10 levels for the sprite in terms of magic effectiveness. You missed that in your last playthrough too? The glove orb? Yeah, it's easy to miss. Also, I did not yet open up or get the gold key tower, so technically, compared to the splits, I'm gonna gain more time too, because I'm pretty sure I just did the entire trade sequence first. Hey Monkut! Happy New Year! You as well. So I need the axe on somebody here. I'm gonna give the axe to the lady because she still has to level up the axe. I believe both the boy and the sprite already have it at level 1. Not sure about the boy though. It's relatively inconsequential. So hit this switch there in order to make a rope pole appear so we can jump across. Then we hit this thing here to open up the gate at the main area, so we can go and grab the glove orb. At least I think it's in there. I hope it's in there, otherwise I will have to search for it. Get 1,000 gold along the way. Say, if we would put the circlet on the lady, would she heal more? No. The lady's magic power stat is based on wisdom as a stat, which means because none of the equipment pieces give you wisdom, the lady actually does not gain additional magic power through any pieces of equipment. And Kami Neko, thank you. Thank you so much for 2 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you for the good luck. I hope you're doing well. Here's the chest. What? That was interesting. Basically, I was only holding up, but I think the AI effectively overwrote that command right there. Because you briefly keep traveling in the same direction. Alrighty. maybe real quick on as to why I even get multiple orbs from these chests here, because some people might not be aware. Whenever you pick up a chest with a weapon orb in it, it basically has the game go like, alright, you're supposed to have weapon orb number 7 right here. And then it gives you, well, up to weapon orb number 7, regardless of how many weapon orbs you had before, effectively. What this means is that even though I have not picked up the previous chests with glove orbs, it mostly does not matter. Because that chest will keep reappearing as long as I have not the amount of glove orbs that, well, the game expects me to have at this point, or wants me to have at this point. So this is an intended mechanic, this is not a glitch. This is just kind of like, oh, you missed that orb in the previous area, here, let me catch you up on that. So we generally speaking call these catch-up chests. Which not every weapon orb has that, as mentioned before. If I forgot the whip or the glove orb right here, I would no longer be able to get these in subsequent areas. Also, another fun fact about spells, Fireball here is actually more damage than the Lava Wave, even though Lava Wave costs 1 more MP. Also, Lava Wave has a ridiculously long attack animation, which is literally the reason I'm using it here. This locks the boss into its animations here some more. Oh wow, holy cow. Doshte, or Doshite, feel free to correct me how to pronounce that. Thank you so much for 10 gift subs, that's crazy. Thank you very much, and well, I hope you all enjoy the rabbits, the grimers, the fuzzle, and some more. Also no ads, which is nice. Thank you very much. By the way, this guy has almost twice as much HP as the previous bosses. Kind of ridiculous. Also, it has a substantial amount of magic defense actually too. So yeah. Which is why you actually want to have Fire level 4 here because of its rather substantial magic defense. I did pick up the glove orb, I just forgot to split. Here we go. I see. Thank you so much. I hope you have a... well, I hope you have a good time. Stay safe as usual and enjoy your time. Thank you so much. That drove you crazy that low MP spells were usually just as powerful, if not more, as than the high MP spells. Yeah, to be fair, for raw, like, base damage power of the spell, the Fireball and Lava Wave are the exception. Also now, with this, we can level up our magic up to level 5. But yeah, Lava Wave and the thing are actually the exception to that one, in specifically this instance. So I still have to go and grab the key, somewhere northeast-ish. There it is. I found that way too quickly, compared to how normally I'm terrible at navigating. But yeah, it's just certain spells are just not really worth it in terms of efficiency unless you have your cactus really high level up. For example, a good example of this is Lucent Beam. Lucent Beam has the exact same base magic power as Freeze, and it costs 4 times as much MP with 8. To be fair, the lady does not have any other spell that has the same base magic attack power, but it's just so inefficient. Buying some more of these. And you know what? While I'm here, I'm also gonna buy a shield ring. Because the shield ring is also one of these items that I have on my list of stuff to get. It's not particularly good in terms of defense, but well, it's one of these items that I will want to get eventually in order to complete my, well, shopping list of all equipment piece items. Alrighty. So the sprite is a bit higher level than usual in glitchless runs, so this should be mostly fine. What is gonna be a little bit awkward is the wolves here are going to hit me, probably? Let's see, can I balloon them? Because I want to pick up this chest here. Since we did not pick up the previous spear orb chest orbs, this chest here will reappear multiple times. There was one chest that we missed in Pandora Castle, there was one chest in Santa's house, there was one chest in Northtown Ruins, and then there's this one chest here. So there's a grand total of 4 times we pick up this weapon orb here. While I'm waiting for them to get up, I can also help picking the sprite for the next boss coming up. So this next boss here does not have any particular elemental weakness and a lot of magic defense compared to where it is in the game. So taking out Blue Spike is going to actually take quite a long time. You love those Mode 7 flammy parts. This game is graphically impressive for the time. Yeah, I think that sounds about right to me. I really like the visuals overall. Oops, I apparently thought I had one more spell cast. So I intentionally have the boy being eaten right there. That's the wrong spell right there. Intentionally have the boy eaten right there, just so Blue Spike wouldn't do anything else right now. That could be pretty bad. I'll let him do whatever. Also scrolling the screen up just in case. One more volley of spells might do the trick here. Because Freeze level 5 is actually going to start racking up a lot of damage here. Nice, alrighty, we even skipped the fake death animation right there. Hello. Tiger ain't so much now that we have magic. Yep. Once you get magic in this game, it gets so much more trivial if you know how to use it. Even if you don't, magic is just generally really powerful. So, pick up that last axe orb right here. It's only one because I did previously pick up the axe orb chest in the castle. Otherwise this would be just, well, catching me up all the way as well. Hello. Oh, wait, I need to wave. I can wave right now, this is fine. Sorry, I kind of missed that earlier. I think Gorgon Ball should go down before I run out of magic. Hello. Wave, everybody. And we have a tiny statue. Oh, that's an idea. Wait, wrong button. Alright, I can continue waving now. I love the frog with the rabbit cap. This is great. Fun fact, Organ Bull has more magic attack power than Dark Glitch. Also, question. Is it okay if I make a quick change on the general overlay right here? Where instead of the little puzzle there popping up on the bottom left, it's gonna pop up on either the bottom right or upside down on the top left. So it doesn't cover the splits. Any objections? Well, I mean, actually, here's the thing. I think I have to ask for feedback on the layout changes because you are watching the layout directly. I'm actually watching the game directly, so... It's definitely a question on what you think would be better. Like, it is very subjective here. Top left, alright. I need to change this up briefly, so give me just a moment. And... Gonna be a little bit awkward. General overlay. I need to transform. Rotate it 180 degrees. Alrighty, this should now be in the top left corner, I think. Did I get everything? Alright, I don't know whether that looks any good, to be fair. I can't really see it from my perspective. Maybe I should randomize it where it peaks up from. Then again, it would be more difficult to try and normalize it. Hello. But yeah, for anybody who may not have caught on to that yet, whenever somebody redeems the hello, our little Fussel mascot just kind of peeks out from the corner of the stream. In this case, it's now in the top left corner. Hello. Hello. Alrighty, the lady has to use the loosen beam in order to open up this place right here. Gain Luna's powers, and the mana seed of the moon. Grimer is missing? Yeah, I didn't put Grimer onto this layout this time. Oh, Luna split. Thank you. You know what? I'm just gonna split as soon as Flammy picks me up. Thank you for the heads up. Alrighty, just south of here is Tasnica, where we have our first opportunity for an important rare drop right here. By the way, if you play this game casually with 3 people, do not hold up with all 3 characters at the same time. Actually, even with 2, because you might just crash the game running into this cutscene there with Gemma. Because if you run into the cutscene with 2 characters at the same time, you crash the game. That's just how it is. Good afternoon to you, Biospark, and welcome. I hope you're doing well. Alright, what is that actually correct? I thought I could target him from the get-go. Alright, this guy here has a rare drop of a ninja glove. Actually a pretty solid item overall. But it's a rare drop, so chances are we're not gonna get it. So here we are. Do we get a chest? No chest. Because we would need to get a chest and then we need to get the rare drop on top of it. Which is very unlikely across the board. And take care, Grink. Thank you for dropping by and have a good time. I hope you enjoy your stay. And as usual, please stay safe. I would appreciate that. So you have a good start into the new year. Oh, split. I'm gonna split on Flammy again, why not? Upcoming is doppelgangers and a mountain climb of scary proportions. And hey pupil, welcome. How are you doing today? Ow. The boy actually takes less damage than I'm used to right here, because I did give him a shield ring. Not much different, but it is slightly different. So I'm so used to the lady having the whip here, I guess. Actually, isn't it normally the sprite? I don't remember. Either way, it's not the boy. How many times do you end up taking this path? Like 100? Like across all playthroughs, or going up here? You only have to actually go up here once if you know all the other places you need to visit first. But the joke is that this guy here tells you where his master has gone to, and then you go there and he's not there. He's basically just telling you where to go next. But if you know where to go next, you don't have to go anywhere. You never could remember where to go before Doppelganger, so you visit him every time. Yep, that's actually pretty much me as well, when I was a kid. Just like, I guess I'm gonna do all these things too. Also, interesting idea. This tomato guy is also one of the enemies that drops us one of the items we want. But just in case he drops a chest, I decided to kill him right there. I'm so used to solo character challenges right now, I guess, because I keep wanting to switch weapons rather than just switch character to the appropriate weapon. Hello. Silas, I'll say thank you. Thank you so much for 45 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Also, this is incredibly unusual. He actually used energy absorb on the lady rather than on the boy. The lady, of course, makes more sense, but it's just usually they cast it on the other character. We're still fine. Don't bite me, just knocking out my characters in order to win this. You can either deplete the doppelganger's HP to 0, or alternatively, you can just knock out your own characters. You get fully healed, including your MP heal right here. Do you remember most of Sycamore? Do you have notes, if I may ask? In this case, right now, the only notes I have is which item I get where from, and my splits. So my splits are basically my notes right now. Oh, by the way, the circlet was also one of the items we are supposed to get, so I should mark this. But yeah, I often also have notes about things. Even if I know most of the things, sometimes I do want to look up just to be sure. But it's good to have notes for stuff like this, especially for runs that you only do once in a while. Alrighty, I decided to go over here. I did not need to sleep, I just realized I hadn't full MP. But I wanted to go and save before going to the watermelon boss fight, because that guy is kinda spooky. Gonna pick me both the sprite and the lady, because I might just use both of their magics. Not sure about the lady yet, but I'm certainly going to use the sprite here. Also, welcome to this boss here, who has surprisingly basically no magic defense at all. Kinda funny, you can even absorb MP from this guy without too much trouble. I do want to lock him into magic spellcast waves here, because right now I actually do not lose any damage, generally speaking, or any magic leveling, so to speak, because we can level up our spells all the way to 7 right now. So that is pretty solid overall. I'm actually just going to start leveling up Dark Force here. Dark Force is not really going to do much damage, but going to allow me to start leveling up Shade. Oh yeah, new hour. Happy New Year to whoever is 5 hours east from me. Whatever that means. So this is of course not the most efficient way of taking down this guy, but it works. Bangladesh, according to Google. Happy New Year to Bangladesh and North and South people from there. Sometimes I wonder what monsters that guys thought were when they were giving Melon no magic defense. Well, it does have the wall spell, so it bounces back magics normally. So it's kind of difficult to actually knock it out with pure magic unless you chain them properly. You remember accidentally learning how to stack attack spells when they don't fully resolve and getting a big damage roll, right? That's kind of how I learned about it too. It's just like, oh, well, that works. Funnily enough, enemies cannot stack attack spells like that. If they use a spell while the previous spell is still going, they just lose the damage of the previous spell. Why full hour? There are time zones with 0.5 or 0.25. That's true as well. But there's only one of those that I happen to know off the top of my head. Well, it's like Newfoundland or something like that, which has like half an hour shift. It's weird anyways to me. So here's actually gonna be a pretty dangerous part. So I want to pass losing barrier. Because these enemies down here are really spooky. The crawlies, unless I manage to get them all despawned, which usually I don't get anymore. I'm out of practice for that. Anyway, just gonna balloon the crawlies. They can cast wall, which this one just did. Gonna make this pretty awkward. But she just ballooned herself. Ah, I was trying to get past here. That did not work in my favor. Oh, the Sprite can actually absorb MP from the goldfish here. While I revive the lady. You don't usually get to see that Sprite. I forgot the fish even had that animation. Oh no, stop! Seriously. That's annoying. I'm gonna explode all these guys and revive the lady again. Hey Metal Bear, welcome. How are you doing today? Doomfish, yep. Something like that. I don't like these goldfish. You don't want to go as fast as possible, because that metal guy will hit you if you do. Also, welcome to Metal Bear. So you want to pick up this chest here with the boomerang orbs, because otherwise you will be missing some boomerang orbs. Alright, just making sure until they cast, then we run past. And here, we actually get our first time to start grinding for specific enemies to give us an item drop. These basilisks, we actually want to farm in here. There's technically one inside the Mana Fortress, but you're better off grinding for the Cockatrice Kappa right here, because there's literally only one, and respawning that one in the Mana Fortress takes quite a long time. So we're gonna be here for a while actually. Well, not here specifically, I'm gonna actually farm this in a slightly different spot. Okay, apparently they have so much magic defense that even if they are weak to a spell, multi-targeting the spell is not going to result in your favor. No chest so far. Forgetting which direction I need to go in. Alrighty, welcome to Hydra, who is weak to fire. Gonna use 2 exploders here to recover the sprite's MP, and also cast Analyzer on him, just so he's gonna be locked into his animation, so he can't do anything. Then we cast a bunch of fireballs. 3382 HP. Fireballs will be enough to knock this guy out here, I think. Probably. Even if not, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, I just wasted a fairy one up there, but again, shouldn't matter. Because no! We need to get the cockatrice cap. Why did I not actually put that in the split? But considering that the Kilroy split here is about 2 hours long, I did grind it for here. All you need is fireball, just fireball, only fireball, just fireball. Yep. You're awfully brave for somebody who is in fireball range. How did that go? Something like that. Alright, the sprite currently does not have MP remaining, so I have to use my last fairy walnut here. Also, I want to give everybody Lucid Barrier here. This next area is going to be pretty dangerous, all things considered. Specifically this room here. I want to put everybody to sleep. That was with Lucid Barrier, this blade still took damage. Okay, then this room is not much better. And this room is not much better, especially at the beginning. Hey, we got lucky. They are actually out of the way somehow. I don't know how you despawn these guys. Probably need to get lucky that they go down as their first movement. Is unusual, I suppose. Okay. Now, we can also start leveling up certain weapons. Specifically, I'm gonna go for the bow here, I think. I won't have enough money to upgrade everything. I'm actually gonna upgrade the gloves here only to level 4 specifically, because the chakra hand gives +1 intelligence and +1 wisdom to the character carrying it. Or wearing it. I don't know, do you carry the punch weapon or do you wear it? I guess either is correct, in a sense. Could you stop? Thank you. Alrighty, we have almost arrived in the grinding spot. Right here. This is where a single basilisk respawns pretty quickly. And the goal will be to just grind right here for quite a while. I will need to make sure to always absorb MP from enemies before we run out of magic. Oh yeah, fun fact, the Elven Bow also gives plus. Apparently they don't have MP, huh. Well, let's finish this thing off first. The Elven Bow also gives +1 magic power and +1... Ooh, chest right away. Now, I need to briefly check, give me a second, what level analyzer do we need? We need level 3 analyzer or 64 agility. We clearly do not have 64 agility yet. But we also do not have high enough level analyzer yet. And I don't have any fairy walnuts. So if you have a high enough level analyzer, you will be able to disarm the trap. But I need level 3 analyze in order to disarm the trap. This one is just going to be still a 50-50 of whether I get it or not, unfortunately. So it's gonna be a 50-50 for a trap, and then a... what was it? 10 in 256 or something? Basically it's just about a 10% chance for a drop if I don't get a trap. Fairy Walnut. Right, I remember now. The common drop was a Fairy Walnut, that's why I usually had enough. By the way, for the sprite, the way we restock MP is we actually use Change Form, which metamorphs these enemies into a weaker with much less defense enemy, but aside from that, the same amount of HP and MP, which means I will be able to absorb them. And then we just keep killing these guys. Thunderbolt should be able to one-shot them, just barely right now. And Wheels, of course, should pick me the sprite. With well-timed attacks, I should be able to get some additional weapon experience. Wow, we're not getting lucky on knocking this thing out, huh? I suppose I should definitely just straight up use the next thing here. Alright. One more. Then we have to change form and absorb MP. Oh no. Oh no. I don't have any fairy walnuts remaining right now. And I have 0 MP remaining. I forgot change form costs 5 MP, not 4. So... whoop. That's less than ideal. We could build the next chest contain a weapon or prediction later on. I think within the next 5 chests might make more sense. Alright, magic armor I think is on the list. Yeah, magic armor is on the list, as well as an ivy amulet should also be on the list. Oh, it's not actually. Huh, alright, never mind then. We did get a magic armor though, so... I'm gonna put that in the boy, just so we have one character with solid or better defense. Increase defense to 78, still not particularly great, but a lot better than what we had before. Would be something we could do. Yeah. In theory. So items we can technically buy that are on the list. Quilted Hood, Tiger Cap, Unicorn Helm, Dragon Helm, Duck Helm, Needle Helm. And everything else we need to get through grinding. Then for armor, Ruby Vest, Tiger Suit, Tiger Bikini. We all have the magical armor, Turquoise Mail, Flower Suit, Battle Suit, Vest Guard. And then for accessories, the gold bracelet, the Guardian Ring actually have to grind. The gauntlet, that's actually it. And we have the Lasso Ring already. Okay. Somehow we shouldn't. Alrighty. Wow. Stop that. What a meanie. Right, what are you doing? Stop. Oh my goodness. Let me go, please. This is getting silly. On the bright side, Sylph is level 2 though. And we can go through here instead of anything else. As well as try to knock out some basilisks along the way. If they spawn anyways. Ah, no basilisk spawn. Must have done that wrong. Right, more lucid barrier please. The lady's technically dead, she just didn't realize it yet. We will revive her because those are going to be good experience points from the basilisk grind. Oh right, I don't have to go in here. Pigmeat me? What a meanie. You could pigmeat a sprite, that would actually be useful. Thank you. I was about to say, I'm really surprised the boy doesn't take damage there. Turns out I was lucky. They always got a low damage roll, it looked like. Oops, not that one. Oh my goodness. From cactus. Exploder on the lady, she might not survive it, so I'm just gonna give her a pygmy. Okay, now we are back here. Same deal as before. Thunderbolt. Hope it knocks it out, did not knock it out. Follow up with an Airblast. Go for a chest, and repeat. I probably should just go for Wind Blades right away because we are not high enough level slash high enough magic in order to knock these out yet, apparently. With one Thunderbolt. At least not reliably. Chest. Alrighty, lady. We want to get analyzed to level 3 right now. Because that is the minimum requirement here. Did I miss a thing? I feel like I missed a thing. Hello, welcome to EmoFlop. So, from level 1 to 2 it is 12 spell casts, from 1 to 2 is 13, from 2 to 3 is 15. So we should be very close to getting Analyzer level 3 here. Here it is. Now the chest is going to be blinking red, because the trap has been disarmed. I know this is counterintuitive, but this is the trap disarmed. Now we are not gonna get a trap, so we basically just get usually a fairy walnut, hopefully the cockatrice cap sooner rather than later. And that's gonna be how this is gonna work. So let's see what the Thunderbolt level 5 actually knocks out these guys. It does. Nice. Hello, welcome to your land freak. I hope you have a nice day so far. What MP do we have, my sprite? Oh, well, I guess I'm out of MP right now. I like to think, there's not really a good place for me to... Well, maybe I don't need to worry about MP if I get chests in reasonable intervals. And I hope you have a nice new year as well. That would be lovely. Welcome to you. One more, then we have to restock on MP. The higher level we get, the easier this is gonna be, because we're also gonna have more maximum MP on the sprite. Up and level up, arrow reaches level 1. Here we go, this is where we need to change form. And then we're gonna absorb MP once it has very low defense overall. And then we're gonna knock it out. It's actually going to also take the new element. I don't even know whether I would be able to get the appropriate items from this guy if I defeat him while change form. I honestly don't know. Never thought about that part. But yeah, this is one of those grinds that for some reason always seem to take forever. Except in one of the 100% runs. In only one of them it was actually decently fast. All the others, super slow. Always. Oh, this is actually one too many. Nice and quick animation at the very least with this spell here, so that's good. New reaches level 33. Okay, last one, then I have to recover my MP. I can still knock this guy out, this is fine. Oh, well, I did not know this, but ladies and gentlemen, everybody, please make sure to hide your food, hide your wallet, hide your keys, hide your shoes, because anything that is just bite-sized or rabbit will be swallowed. Rump, 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 rump. Rabbits love to eat everything. Everything, everything. Wait, the lady actually critically hit the basilisk right there. Okay. Rump, rump, rump. Bite size for a rabbit equals rabbit size or smaller. I actually feel like it would be a rabbit size or slightly larger. Okay, that was the last one. Now I have to recover MP. What happens if this guy splits up, actually? Is that gonna be a real slime, or is it going to be a basilisk now? I don't think I've ever thought about that. Well, yeah, that's obviously gonna be what happens later. And we got a chest from this. Yeah, I think those are actual basilisks. Oh, I only have one couple of wishes, that's not... Hey, those are actual slimes right there. That's silly. The slime chest. Sure, why not? I don't even know what their common drop is. Medical herb, that's nice. Okay, disarm the trap, and we get another fairy walnut. That's my last couple of wishes though. I'll need to be more careful here. Gonna have the lady cast Lucid Barrier on everybody. Alright. Hello, welcome to your Halcyon Kiwi. Another chest, nice. Basically 2 in a row, pretty lucky. Almost 3 in a row in a sense. Another fairy walnut? Alright. Unfortunately, our maximum level right now is actually 7 for magic. So we will not be able to level up our magics until... well, we clear the Mana Fortress. And actually, not Mana Fortress, the other thing. Fairy Walnut won't fit. I should have just used the Fairy Walnut. It's very likely to get one here. Next one we have to absorb MP again. The year is level 34. I'm not sure how that translates, but fair. Nice, absorb MP is higher level now. But I think I started leveling up other spells while I was grinding for the basilisks here at the time. Like I brought, I think Freeze up to level 7, and Burst up to level 7, and Shade up to level 7 because it took so long to grind for this one rare drop here. Can somebody do me a favor and look up how much agility, or what level do I need to be in order to have 64 agility on the boy? You saw him 30 minutes ago? Oh, the basilisk, you remember. Yep, we're still here. Or here again after I accidentally used up all fairy walnuts. We found a way to recover. I'm actually just gonna use up all magic on the sprite and use a fairy walnut to recover instead. Unless I get a chest beforehand, then I'm just gonna use a fairy walnut before. how much agility? 64 I need in order to pick up these chests without having to cast Analyzer first. Level 60 he has 65 agility. Level 59 he has 64. Alright, thank you. I appreciate that insight. So how much HP is that? What level am I? Oh wait, it just displayed it, didn't it? Sprite. Oh my goodness, Sprite, why? Why are Pygmid Cactus so aggressive? That is so silly. Button skill up. Whip is level 2. Nice. Shouldn't MP Drain be powerful enough now? Maybe. Actually a good point. I don't think against Basilisks, honestly. Basilisks have really good magic defense. But I can try. Then again, I will want to level up my MP Absorb sometime anyway, so... wouldn't be a bad idea. Level 2 bow. It says arrow is level 2, not the bow, which I suppose actually makes more sense. Still kind of weird to call it arrow instead though. Right. Alright. I keep forgetting that I should just pass the second time. Should we make a prediction? Rare drop before the 4-hour mark. Sure, can you set that up? Because I don't wanna stop playing, so to speak. You can set that up, feel free to do so. You can, nice. Yeah, I think that's a fine idea. I wonder if there is an enemy here I could absorb right here or so. I hear one, but I didn't see one. Yeah, the reason why we pick me the Sprite is because this allows us to cast spells quicker. Filfit is level 7, which I believe is the maximum we can have right here on the Sprite. I'm gonna wait a little bit until we get like 1 or 2 more levels for maximum MP purposes before I go ahead and switch it up. Prediction started. Alrighty everybody. Prediction, you can bet your channel points on it. Are we going to get the rare drop from this guy before the 4-hour mark or after? I don't know how likely either is. I just know that rare drops are indeed quite rare because chests are rare in the first place. How did that go? It's a 1 in 16 chance to get a chest drop, and then it's like a 7 in 64 chance to get a chest drop, I think it was. Which is basically just over 10% to get a rare drop from a chest. Don't open chests until the missions are over. Why? No, I'm not gonna stop for that, sorry. Welcome to you, Koopa Puff Puff. How are you doing today? You can't walk the mobile? Oh. that phase. Your region doesn't allow that. That's the first chest I missed because I went out the door too early. I'll tell you, it's probably not gonna be the last one. Because I'm gonna be more careful now. Until I get complacent again. You're good? Glad to hear that. I'm doing quite fine, thank you. Well, let's try absorbing MP in this guy. There may be another enemy on the corner here. Because we do not have a high enough MP absorb level yet. Going with one by one is going to take a long time here. There, let's see. Right, you still don't have enough MP. One, no. Geographical restrictions. You say this a lot, but you know it's a true Yaga stream when there's a Yaga derp moment like that. Yeah, I suppose. Those thugs are mean. Yeah, the interesting thing is, when you really fight them in the Mana Fortress, they usually deal 1 damage to you, because you have the equipment to reduce their damage by a substantial amount. Be late now. You have an interesting cycle of fixing your sleep cycle and then doing some crazy long stream again. Well, the odd thing is, because of when I scheduled the stream here, it was as a matter of fact more efficient for me to keep the strange sleep cycle than, well, try to fix it. But unfortunately I accidentally fixed it, yesterday actually. I happened to wake up way early, well, normal times actually, but that was kind of inconvenient. So I just had to force myself to sleep in order to have enough sleep beforehand. Which is really boring if you try to sleep and... yeah. I basically just bored myself to sleep in a sense. Alright. Gonna absorb or... you just go with coffee? I mean, I'm not sure that's the best way to go for a 24-hour stream. Probably not for me. Plus, I usually drink coffee for the taste and not for the effect. I do actually like the taste of coffee. Oh, another chest, another chance. I love opening chests. Another pheromone nut. Fair enough. Lots of water frequently is better than caffeine. Makes sense. Speaking of water, I have plenty. Caffeine Daydream. I like your name. You're here all night. Well, I hope you do get enough rest eventually. That would be nice. He's just eat an entire pie every few hours. Wait, are we referring to Stardew Valley now? Just eat an entire pink cake to recover energy. Because why not? Level 38. I think once I hit level 40 on the sprite, I'm gonna start leveling up Sylph. Well, actually we have 40 MP right now, maximum, so... Okay, so this is gonna, I suppose, inflate the numbers a little bit on how long it takes us, but I'm gonna start leveling up other spells here. So basically what I'm gonna do is, first of all, I need to recover my MP. And then we're gonna start casting Burst. Wait, you know, Burst is not a good idea because I can efficiently level this via Sleep Powder, so I'm gonna go with Dark Force instead. And this is gonna take a pretty long time until we actually deal enough damage. Probably until I hit level 4 or so for Shade. That's gonna be a while here. You know, no, actually this is probably not efficient. I just kind of keep thinking, but I can use this in order to grind on Terminators. This is probably not a good idea. Alright. I don't know whether I'm gonna get the item from the pumpkin, because I transform monsters, or whether it's actually the basilisk still. No idea, we'll see. Very well not. I actually don't know what the pumpkins drop. So, I guess it's still the basilisk? What item we're looking for? The Cockatrice Cap. It's the rare drop. Enemies have one rare drop and one common drop. If they drop a chest at all. There's like 5 or so enemies that never drop a chest. Yeah, thinking about it, maybe it's gonna be more. I don't know. I will probably be spamming spells anyways, and having a higher or larger MP pool in order to spam spells to level them up is probably also gonna be more efficient in the long run. But yeah, I'm looking for a unique headgear piece that you can only get here, or more specifically, you can only get them from the basilisks. And it's a really, really good headgear equipment actually. It's one of those that I would probably use pretty much the entire way through. Downside is, it's a rare drop, so might take a while. What hour of the run do you usually hit level 99? I actually have no idea. So the interesting thing is, the first time I did this 100% run, I hit level 99 before I found all the orbs in the Mana Fortress. The second time I actually had found all the orbs, so I, well, still had to level afterwards, which was kind of strange. That could be a prediction. Well, that would be a really long range predictions, but yeah, I honestly have no idea. Level 99 usually will just happen somewhere along the way, I think. Before or after 24 hours. So the thing is, you can only have one prediction active at any given moment, though. So there's that. Level 99 will certainly be before 24 hours, because 23 hours is apparently when I finished the run last time. But that was with really, really good drop luck across the board, if I'm not mistaken. Who's your favorite character out of the three? Probably the lady, because I really like supportive magic overall. I'm a big fan of supporting in video games in general. Not much power in the support spells. You like game? I like game too. I have no idea what the boy is shooting right here, by the way. Apparently there's a thing where the arrows cannot pass through. Sometimes. Yeah, right there. That's weird. Also, by the way, there's a chest I could technically pick up through the wall. I need to be careful that I don't do that, because that is not in Glitchless. There's actually an additional axe orb, I think it was. No, wait. Bluff orb through the wall here that you do not normally get. So if I ever were to do a 100% glitched run, I would actually pick up this weapon orb through the wall here, in order to not have to grind out any bluff orbs in the mana fortress. In fact, of the 8 weapons, 4 of them I will be able to currently, with my knowledge anyways, get all the weapon orbs before entering the mana fortress. Because of doing like skip shenanigans and beating bosses later after picking up certain chests, etc. The ghost? I mean, who should we call when there's a ghost? Scooby-Doo. I think that sounds like a good idea. Definitely not a dragon, because they get confused by ghosts. That is true, dragons do get confused by ghosts. Kind of weird. They keep flying away when you put a ghost in front of you. And yes, we are referring to Seeker of Mana weirdness. The blue dragon in particular is just kind of afraid of ghosts. Why? I don't know. Just how it is. Hey, level 3 magic absorb. Let's see how much we absorb now. 30. Not quite full. We have to do this again. By your count, each cycle without a chest takes 14 seconds. Can anyone else confirm your timing? I guess it's slightly inflated whenever I have to recover my MP. But that would be interesting actually if we had an average time. Hey Lethy, thank you for the good luck and welcome. Hope you're doing well. But once again, each chest has a drop rate in 1 in 16. And then we have a 7 in 64, or well, just over 10% chance to get the rare drop from the chest. should also... 10 seconds per chest? I should probably slow down then, because... I already missed one chest. Also, what I should do is I should briefly check my weapon levels. Okay, bow can still go higher. Your glove still can go higher. Wait, does your glove not level when you're pigmate? Well, I did not actually realize that. Apparently the sprite's weapon does not level up when the sprite is pigmate. Oh well. No big deal. The basilisk goes left is 12 to 13 seconds per... Oh. Also, if we don't one-shot it, that's a low damage roll there. What was that music cue? Did anybody else hear that? I think the spell just coincided with the music and replaced an instrument briefly. To which level are you grinding? Well, 99 in the end, but here we are not grinding for levels, we are grinding for the rare drop of the basilisk, which is a cockatrice cap, and, well, that is indeed quite rare. And I believe in one of my runs at least it took over 2 hours to get it, in case you're curious. But then there were other cases where I actually got... Which weapon orb was this? I think from the Whimper. I was still looking for to get a power suit. And that's the common drop from a Whimper. The rare drop is a Javelin Orb. So the first chest I got, okay, I got a Javelin Orb right off the bat, that's pretty awesome. And then I opened another chest from a Whimper, and I got a candy. Because in Secret of Mana, if you have all weapon orbs and you're supposed to get another one from a chest in the Mana Fortress, you actually get a candy instead. So that's actually a rare chest, or rare drop candy, so to speak. Yep. That's kind of ridiculous, to say the least. I was still looking for that silly power armor. On the bright side, we are starting to get into the level range where each level adds more than 1 MP to the maximum MP rather than just 1, or even less than that, as in 1 every other few levels. So this is going to help there quite a bit too. Arrow level 5. I don't remember what level the bow is right now, but maybe I should change it up. Boy here. Time to level up some Pokemon. Good luck with that. Gonna briefly check. Okay, we still level up the bow, so that's good. That sounds like the time Diablo dropped the Schaffer's Hammer on the first kill. That's about in 28,000. Wow. Let me tell you, a rare drop is not nearly that rare. What's the probability anyways? So 7 in 64 times 1 in 16, what does that make? Oh. I forgot to recover MP. We have enough fairy walnuts. Oops. Oh, we actually absorb MP from these guys now. Just naturally. We're high enough level. I didn't expect this to be this early. 7 in 64 is the chance for a rare drop in the chest. 1 in 16 for the chest itself. That Basilisk isn't really cooperating with chest. Yeah. Not currently. Let me actually see what happens if I directly control the sprite and face to the right here instead. Maybe that's quicker overall. Oh. Not even a one-shot guaranteed. What? That's the wrong button. Alrighty, also, I think the prediction has concluded. It is, in fact, after the 4-hour mark. Also, Happy New Year to people that are 4 hours to the east of me, wherever that might be. GG to all no votes. But yeah, I feel like this Basilisk here, to me, is kind of notorious for taking quite a long time. I'm already looking forward to some of the grinds in the Pure Lands, because I really like the music in there. Oh no, Basilisk cost me 25,000 challenge points. Oh. Not that you have much of use for a lot of points here. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not terribly creative with these points. Basilisk looks like a Simpson character. Yeah, I can see that. Wave. I'm gonna only be half-waving here, because otherwise I can't use my buttons properly. But wave. You know, the funny thing is, when I entered here, I was like, maybe I should go to the bathroom sometime soon. Like when I originally entered this underground area, and I was like, okay, I can do this when I go and before I enter the Grand Palace. I forgot about this guy here. I forgot about this grind because it's not on my list of things to grind for. Well, not on the splits. If Yagabot had channel point integration, we could maybe think of some interesting stuff. Possibly. You almost gain a level per kill. I'd say it's pretty good. Eh, not quite that much. But it's definitely a pretty good experience across the board. Okay, after the next chest, I'm going to briefly run upstairs. Actually, I'm going to take it a little bit slower. I'm going to make like a 2 or 3 minute break, because this is going to be a run that goes on for a long time. I recommend you may want to just get up, stretch, and move around for a while as well. I'm going to be taking like a 3 to 4 minute break. I'm also going to grab my first sandwich around here. And then we go afterwards. Best use for channel points. Modified emotes. I love these modifications. I think they're great. 404. That's not found. Cool down. Oh no. Arrow reaches level 6. So I think this might be the maximum level for the bow currently. Even though it says arrow, it's bow. I don't know whether that hit. That's right, how much MP do you have remaining? 5, so I should actually absorb some. Seven MP absorbed. I think it's still faster right now anyways. I were to absorb MP after change form, but this is also going to level my Luna, which, as most other things, you want to have Luna spells maxed out in the end anyways. Yes. Good afternoon to you, Runeseeker, and welcome. Hello. How are you doing today? By the way, just for reference, I imagine the Fossil Dragon being about the size of a large cat. That's just kind of how it is in my head. Because I keep imagining the Fossil Dragon just trying to climb up on a chair and struggling, like, you know how when animals try to climb onto things and their back legs might still be in the air and just kind of pedaling like that. That's just kind of how I'm imagining it. Yeah. Yeah, it works really well, honestly. Can you level up your weapon after hitting a spell? Yes, basically, you can... Okay, the bow is actually fully leveled. I'm gonna switch weapons here. Yes, actually, you can. You have to hit your weapon attack at the very end of a spell cast in order for it to actually count, though. You can effectively chain in physical damage into the magic. But you have to, depending on which spell it is lenient, other spells are a lot less lenient. Or how you have to time your attacks into the end of the spell, so to speak. Come on, give me a chest, please. Please. I keep thinking of that one chest that I missed because I left the area too early. Oh, there's a chest. Alrighty. After this chest, no matter what it is, I'm going to be taking about, let's say, a 5-minute break. Once the timer hits 4 hours 15 minutes, we'll go there. Also, lady, you can open up this one. Sorry about that. Okay. Quick break, everybody. Alrighty, I'm back for now. Still 1 minute break though. I'm not gonna restart before the thing months up. And to answer the question, weapon orbs for the last upgrade for weapons, you only get in the Mana Fortress, right? Yes, basically. If you want to be very specific, technically, you can get one of the weapon orbs outside the Mana Fortress because you're on the surface, but yes, it's inside the Mana Fortress, really. Also, I have coffee. It's very light on caffeine. So the coffee machine my parents have here is very convenient. Has a setting where I can tell it how strong the coffee is supposed to be. I like lighter coffee, so that's what I got. And Mezzo, thank you. Yeah, there it is. Alrighty, let's go. Oh, wrong controller. Keep picking up the wrong controller here. Alright, Mezzo, thank you so much for 11 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Yeah, 580 HP. And thank you for the good luck. I can definitely use that. Most certainly. And hey, welcome to you, JP Erics. How are you doing today? You like your coffee borderline psychedelic? I'm not sure what that means. Do you put some special herbs in there? Like weed or stuff? Because that's kind of what I think of when I hear psychedelic. Ooh, chest. Nice. Let's see. How many chests do we have so far? Maybe we should have a counter for chests sometime. You mean strong. That's fair. I figured that's what you meant, but I wasn't sure. Just the first thing I could think of. I just recognized that the sprite does not have much MP remaining. Jersin, thank you! Thank you so much for 10 months of support with Twitch Prime, or Prime Gaming I suppose it's now called. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you as well. May this year be better than whatever this year was. Yeah, very true. I figured, you know, I like Secret Mana, I like 100% runs, I like opening up chests, and I feel like people probably like watching me do 100% runs. So I kind of came up with the idea of, what if I just did a 100% run in order to end the year on a little bit of a positive note. And start a new one, because this is gonna take long enough to start two. So this is gonna be a thing, I think. Also, I'm going to be actually muting myself intentionally here for once. And I will just play with one controller, or with one hand for a while, and eat sandwich with the other, because I haven't had time for that yet. We'll be right back. And another fairy walnut. Alrighty. I was like just number 8, 9, 10, I don't remember. Technically we... oh, okay. Technically we already got a rare drop, by the way. for one of the Embermen earlier, where we wanted to have the common drop, because the rare drop was a chocolate. Oh, whoops. Getting lucky with chest drops right here. I hope you didn't. I forgot to mute apparently. I hope you didn't hear the thingy through the microphone. Probably not, but who knows. Alright. Let's just say number 9 was nothing. Let's hope number 10 is something. Alrighty. Sandwich successfully eaten and another chest. Getting pretty lucky here. Let's say this is number 10. Berry walnut. Oh, I was kind of hoping. To maintain optimal harm. Wrong character. You find more chests when you're eating a sandwich, apparently. Ergo, eat a sandwich every kill. That sounds like a terrible idea. Plus, I don't have that many sandwiches either. Does the girl get special animations and magic level 8.99 like the sprite does? Yes, she does actually. A lot of them are not terribly spectacular, like it's just slightly larger versions of previous spells. But she does get those as well, which actually is going to slow down the run quite a bit towards the end. Because these animations lock your entire screen up and kind of put it into cutscene mode for a second, where you cannot do anything during that time. If the grind for the other drops will be this long, well, I mean, we probably get a bit luckier for those. Who knows? I mean, it's only been an hour. Come on, we still have an hour to go before we catch up to the worst case scenario. Honestly, the most interesting thing is that we are not gonna be even done. With grinding in and around the Grand Palace. There's still going to be another 2 chests we need to get inside the Grand Palace. Experience for magic goes by use, so you can actually just spam the same spell on the enemy over and over again. and you do not need to get a kill. Because a lot of magic also doesn't kill enemies at all, so it would be a bit awkward that way. Otherwise. Weapons, however, do go by kill. Specifically, the last hit is important too for weapons, so because I keep last hitting the enemies with the bow here, he actually gets the full weapon experience, and the lady gets half of that. Apparently the sprite doesn't get anything because the sprite has the pygmy weapon equipped, and that is a separate weapon. At least in this sense, I suppose. Level 45. We might actually reach level 59. Before we get out of here. Besides Basilisk, is there another grind spot before Kettlekin? I assume you mean for other things. Before the Kettlekin, no. It's gonna be after the Kettlekin. The next grind are going to be for Doom Swords, Guardian Ring, and the Amulet Helm from whatever the books are called. Hey, another chest. Neat. Sorry about that. What was the level before the grind? Like 30 or so? Right, the lady is out of magic, so I have to actually restore her magic as well. It's the Grand Palace book, is National Scar. Alrighty, National Scar it is then. Why does it take 23 hours to 100% this game? Well, largely because of the grinds you have to do. You need to get lucky enough in order to get the rare drops, at least by my definition. If you have a different definition, well, feel free to run it that way. But for my definition, I want to get all the, well, highest equipment to the lower, well, as many as you can fit in the inventory anyways. And then also all the weapon orbs, all the weapons levels themselves to 8.99 and all the magic levels to 8.99. And just the leveling of the weapons and magic itself takes like 5, 6, 7 hours by itself. That's basically just the nature of the beast. Also, it's probably going to take longer than this, because as I've mentioned before, I think I got really lucky in the previous run, so don't expect this to be faster. Why are you farming this one? So, to my knowledge, there's only really one other spot where you can farm basilisks, and the other spots are not nearly as good. The other spot would just be before Hydra, but as soon as you leave the door at Hydra, you actually run into 2 of the MP absorbing squids or whatever they are called. The Marma Blues. And they are actually quite in the way of you being... Also, I think that's like chest number 12. They are actually quite in the way in terms of you being able to... spawn more basilisks because they occupy some spawn slots. There can only be a maximum of 3 enemies in Secret Mana at any given point. So even if you just run past these Marma Blue enemies, it's still going to be pretty awkward to try and, well, get stuff done, so to speak. But here's the thing. If you think you have a better idea for a grinding spot, let me know. Because there is a chance that I might not have considered all the places optimally. And there could just be a bit of a more obscure or, well, different location that I might have forgotten about. Mana Fortress has exactly one basilisk, and that is a really awkward one to respawn, because you would have to run from Red Slime back past a bunch of tsunamis in order to be able to, well, get Red Slime there. Or get the basilisk there. Because it's exactly one, it takes so much longer to get all the way there to respawn that thing, which is very different from here, obviously. What do you mean, the Mana Forest? I have read that as a Mana Fortress. Do I have the other elements at 7 already? No. I was thinking I want to wait a little bit longer for leveling. In the Mana Forest there are no basilisks to my knowledge. If there are, well, I wouldn't know about them. Suppose it's possible. But either way, you know, I think it's a fair idea to start leveling up other magics. We can't level Gnome on these guys. Because they resist Earth. I'm not going to level Fire because, well, I guess we could technically level Fire, but Exploder costs 4 MP, so it's kind of inefficient. Now that I can actually properly absorb MP from them, it's like not too bad, I suppose. Those are the ice ducks. Those are the ice rocks in the Mana Forest, or well, the Pure Lands it is called in this version anyways. Hey, we actually deal damage. I'm mildly surprised that we already deal damage at level 2. I'm gonna go at least to level 3 before I stop casting spells though. We're looking for the Cockatrice cap. But yeah, I think it's a good idea actually to start leveling up other magic. I had a maximum of 30 MP before, now it is 41, so it's a fair bit easier to level up other magics too. We could level Undine, but usually I level Undine quick anyway, so I'm not too worried about that, since it's my main magic spell. Alright, let's see how many Dark Force spells do we need. Let's go with 5 for now. 3, 4, 5. By the way, Dark Force only costs 2 MP and has the same magic attack power as Freeze. So it is, alongside Freeze, the most efficient spell. Okay, 5 actually just work. And a chest. Neat. Let's say this is number 13, because I didn't really keep count, but this sounds about right. Very well met. MP back. Yeah, this magic absorb now goes way faster than before, so this also helps with leveling up the spell. Yeah, Dark Force is actually pretty good overall. It's not as good as Freeze because there's more enemies that resist Dark Force than Freeze, but it is actually pretty good in terms of efficiency. 4, 5, and just for efficiency I'm going to use another energy absorb or magic absorb at the end. It actually just recovers my MP back to full. Meanwhile, the washing machine. Yeah, the washing machine has a good theory, but the practice is not good at all. Level 4 Dark Force, nice. But the problem about the washing machine spell, or as it is also called, Evil Gate. Evil Gate is a percentage-based attack. It deals damage based on however much HP the enemy currently has, so it's not even based on maximum MP or HP. And the problem about this is that enemies or bosses where it would be most useful because they have a lot of HP, it always is programmed to deal exactly 1 damage. So you literally can't get more damage than 1 on bosses, which is the one place where it would be useful. Because no regular enemy has enough HP for it to be worthwhile in the end to cast the washing machine spell. On top of that, there's one enemy that has over 1000 HP, where it is in fact more efficient to cast spells rather than use magic or physical attacks, because it has such a long period where it cannot attack it again. That is the Fiend Head. That one is even resistant to Dark. Well, at least I think it is. You were too hasty to properly level all magics? Yeah. I was actually much the same. Basically, the strategy guide that came with the game, for the German version that we had, suggested that we use Dark Force on the Red Slime, but when I tried using Dark Force it dealt 1 damage. Why would I use that? That's terrible. So I just did what I did with the previous slime and only used physical attacks, which worked quite fine. You left to get lunch and came back to this exact same hallway. Welcome back. And yes, we're still here. At this point we are starting to be efficient though and start leveling up other magics. So it's not even that bad in a sense, since we can get other magic up to level 7 here too. You found the German manual/strategy guide online. Nice. Yeah. We don't mind posting it. The German strategy guide has such nice illustration for the game. It's really, really lovely. So in case somebody has not seen that one yet, I recommend you take a look at it. You're pretty sure the 4-hour prediction started almost exactly an hour ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alrighty, let's see whether 2 Dark Forces are sufficient in order to finish this thing off. Do you guys want another prediction? 2 is not enough, we need 3. Rare drop within the next 5 chests. That's a fair one to go with. Rare drop before 2021. Hopefully. It shouldn't be that rare. When are the next 5 chests though? Well, today, probably. Probably. Remember that first chest, Yaga? The one I skipped by accident? Or do you mean the Emberman chest? Because we did technically get a rare drop already. It just was not terribly useful. Take care, Mathwitch. Thank you for dropping by and have a good time. Do you think the basilisks are the cutest enemies? Look at them. They have gigantic bulgy eyes. I don't know. Honestly, not really. You meant the one I accidentally skipped? Yeah. I don't think it was the first one, but... yeah. I do remember. That's less than ideal. I will miss a couple of more chests during the run? Probably. Very likely, honestly. To be fair, right now the chest rate is going down dramatically because I'm using suboptimal spells to knock these things out. In order to level the spells in preparation for later. Welcome to you, Trex. Or T-Rex. And thank you for the good luck. How can we keep Bowie alive? Well, the reason is... so, the run you're referring to is actually the very first 100% run I did. The reason why I can keep the boy alive here is because this is completely glitchless rather than almost glitchless. And this means I don't have to worry about leveling up the sword to 8.99 because 8.00 is gonna be the limit without glitches. So consequently I can use the sword at a lower level to leverage the other weapons up to 8.99. Specifically what I'm actually gonna do is I'm going to keep the Javelin at level 1 in order for the Javelin to still be able to level up the other weapons up to 8.99 slightly quicker, and then the Javelin I'm going to use the sword for to level up the Javelin to 8.99 on all characters. And then we level up the sword last once we have all the other grinding done. Can you say that this time loss is a bit misleading since you still level up your magics? Well, that and the time lead up until this point is also a bit misleading, because I did a bit of grinding beforehand for weapons in my previous run. No idea how efficient that was though. But yes, it's very much not necessarily comparable to the previous run. It's just kind of a rough benchmark until we get to the part to level up the final set of items, honestly. Until then, it's just going to be, well, I might get lucky here, I might get unlucky somewhere else. That's just the nature of the beast, so to speak. But yeah, the lead or both the lead as well as time loss is a little bit misleading in both ways. That makes sense. Maybe it just evens out because it is misleading. Still hard to wrap your head around. The weapon leveling? Yeah, it's a bit obscure. Welcome to you, Bachelor. I hope you have a nice day so far. What? Really? Alright, I should probably go back into... oops. I should probably go back into grinding up my weapons along the way. Rather than just spamming magic. I mean, magic is so much more comfy. I don't have to do much at all, but this is gonna be very useful for the future if I just happen to level up the weapons too. It's gonna save time in the long run, basically. Ring. You hope that one day there's an official 100% category roughly to your definition, or is it just something you thought of for yourself, something like, well, this might be fun, let's do this. It's more of something for myself that I thought might be fun, honestly. If somebody else wants to run this definition, I would be absolutely happy. But this is just my definition, and if somebody else feels like, you know what, I don't feel like doing the level grind or the magic grind and stuff like that. I also don't want to get all the rare drops for the equipment item. I think that would be perfectly fine as well. It's a very arbitrary thing I'm running here either way, but I like this game and I like having, well, more reasons to run this. Did I just get... Okay, Dark Force is level 7 now. I should start leveling up another magics now. I think now I go for Dryad, actually. Which means we're gonna start leveling Dryad here. By casting Sleep Flower first. Sleep Flower only costs 2 MP versus the Burst that costs 6 MP. So I can cast 3 Sleep Flowers for 1 burst, and right now Burst doesn't deal that much anyway, so this is just more efficient. Pretty sure 100% category would not consider levels of any kind. I mean, probably not. My knowledge, in most 100% categories for other RPGs, you don't consider it. The thing is, the first time I ever did like 100%-ish run of Secret of Mana, what I wanted to do is I wanted to make it as 100% as possible. And one of the interesting aspects I felt like of that run, or that idea at the time, was that you have to actually do some silly shenanigans in order to level up all your weapons up to 8.99 if you get a mana sword early, and I found that thought to be kind of intriguing. So basically leveling weapons does have kind of a bit of a case of this is a tricky thing to route and run appeal to it. Okay, Sleep Flower level 2, let's start using Burst. That was... oh, it's only 4 MP. What? That's more efficient than Thunderbolt. I thought it was 6. I was completely wrong. Alrighty, let's see how many burst spellcasts I need in order to knock out the Basilisk after I get actually some MP back here. Hello. Maybe I need 3. Not 3 MP, you silly goose. Alright. 3 wasn't, or 2 wasn't not sufficient. I need like 6 right there. Okay, he's dead. Kind of a weird interaction, because normally I can just absorb MP from the enemy. But I guess it doesn't work in conjunction with Burst right here. Getting all the trophies / achievements in the remake takes a lot of grinding and taking notes. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. I didn't bother with it. Let's try 3 at level 3. Oh, it does work. Alright. This needs to be the first one. What are the problematic ones? Enemies? I would say the problematic enemies are the ones that you can no longer get to. once you finish certain areas, like literally they are not gonna be available anymore. For example, the blue imps, or whatever they are called with the pitchfork, after you clear the Grand Palace, they are not gonna be available anywhere anymore. What is the drop rate of this item? We have a 1 in 16 chance to get a chest, and then a 7 in 64 to get the rare item from the chest. Right now we are kind of also leveling up other spells, rather than just using the most efficient spell here, because, well, spell grinding is gonna be part of the run anyway, so might as well get a little bit ahead of the curve here. For that specifically, I don't know, my Lakar. No idea. I don't think there's any enemy that is exclusively only out of the way. On what system? I think they are talking about the remake for the achievement stuff. I'm playing on the Super Nintendo Mini here, which is effectively the same as playing it on a Super Nintendo. Let's see whether 2 bursts are sufficient. Okay, 2 bursts is sufficient. That's pretty good actually. This is gonna speed up the grind. Everything is green. This is why we put glitchless normal in quotation marks. Because to truly play glitchless without even the graphical glitches, yeah, I have no idea how you would do that. We are here to get a basilisk or a cockatrice cat right here. It's a rare drop from a basilisk. And this happens to be the most efficient spot that I know about where to get basilisks. A 0.68% drop chance per enemy, yes. Approximately. I think we have gotten slightly below average luck so far though. I do have a... I have an OSSC, an open source scanline converter, that actually it puts my output for the Super Nintendo into really high quality for HDMI capture. Although this is an SNES Mini which directly has HDMI, which is more convenient. Oh, the marble blin, I guess, we were missing. What graphical glitch happened while you were not looking? This one. Everything green, or teal, I guess. This happens because I'm interrupting the burst spellcast with another spellcast before the tinting of the screen gets resolved by the game. That's lower than most mount drops in World of Warcraft. Possibly. Mount drops in World of Warcraft just reminds me of that one drop you get from the Lich King in the Icecrown Citadel. Invincible, I think it's called. And when I was actually checking into World of Warcraft again during the beginning of BFA, Battle for Azeroth, I just kind of randomly decided, you know what would be fun? Just revisiting these old raids that I used to raid in. And I happened to run through the Icecrown Citadel and thought, huh, didn't that boss drop a mount? And I got invincible first try. Which kind of contrasts with me trying to get the Raven mount. Which after like 200 or 300 attempts I still haven't gotten yet. To be honest, the Secret Mana remake is the only platinum trophy you have so far on PS4. Oh, that's pretty good to me. Is Mana Burst the most powerful damage spell in the game? Yes and no. Yes, it has the highest baseline damage, Mana Burst does. However, know if the enemy has an elemental weakness, it is not as strong as the other spells. But basically yes, for now anyways, it does have the highest baseline damage. I think it's like 108 base attack power versus 92 for freeze, and all the other ones that have the same high attack power. You had the same luck for Invincible, but it took you... hang on. Rolling too quick. Took you 4 months of 7 kills per day for that Zulguru Raptor. Oh boy. That's pretty extreme. Yeah. I was trying to get the Raven mount when you could only do 1 heroic per day still. So during Wrath of the Lich King I just had my druid parked outside there and just logged in once every day to try and get it. After like a year or so, I decided to just, you know what, I'm just not gonna bother for now anymore. I even specifically did the quest where, you know, you needed specifically a druid in order to summon the Raven mount, or the Raven boss. I even did that quest with my druid in order to try and get it. So yeah. Sometimes lucky, sometimes not so lucky. As is indicated by us trying to get the thing from the Basilisk here. On the bright side, Magic Absorb is already level 6, so absorbing MP is very, very easy. Oh yeah, the Kel'Thas Phoenix Mount thingy. That's one that I know a friend of mine tried to get for such a long time. Luckily I managed to tell him that, hey, if you want the Phoenix Mount, don't actually kill the Phoenix boss, you have to kill Kel'Thas for that. Which is kind of misleading, I suppose. For you, World of Warcraft and after Wrath of the Lich King, you couldn't identify with it after. Yeah, that's actually pretty much where I stopped playing originally too. I actually really liked the Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King overall, but it's just like at some point I guess I just didn't really feel like continuing. I'm not entirely sure what it was with Cataclysm. After Wrath of the Lich King, you went to Final Fantasy 15, and it's so much better you could never go back. That's fair too. Dailies. I bet to you it was dailies. That's very possible. I guess in Wrath of the Lich King I never really had to bother with dailies for the most part. Sounds about right. Honestly, the design decision that kinda bugged me the most from basically coming in on Burning Crusade and effectively moving my way up through the raid tiers, like literally all of them, was the thing that bugged me the most is that previous raids, starting Wrath of the Lich King, were just mostly, well, you don't really need anything from previous raids anymore, so there's no point in doing them anymore. Whereas especially Ulduar was kind of my favorite raid at the time. So not having a reason to do it anymore was kind of awkward. You tried to go back for Shadowlands with your real life friends, but ugh. If I may ask, why ugh? Because I've been contemplating just kind of going back to. Just because it's nice to have some mindless grinding to do once in a while when I'm trying to relax. Because most of the time, I'm just recently anyways, I'm like, oh, let's try to figure out this thing. Let's make a spreadsheet for it. Ah, I wonder whether this works. And just kind of, well, I guess I'm kind of working most of the time in a certain kind of way. Have I ever tried Final Fantasy 14? Oh yeah, it's 14, not 15, of course. Have I ever tried Final Fantasy 14? I have tried it, but it never really stuck with me. It could be a case like it was World of Warcraft to me, where I would have to just get through the early stages of the game in order to get to the interesting parts, but I never managed to stick it out so far. I've started and tried like 3 separate times at this point. First time 25 Ulduar here was such a pain in the butt. No, that was the great part about it. Honestly, Ulduar, my favorite thing about it was that the way you activated the hard mode was a very tangible thing. Like, instead of just flipping a switch in the UI for it to be hard mode, you needed to do special things in it, where you did not knock down any of the tower for the Leviathan, or you actually crushed the heart of the machine boss thingy, or you killed the big guy last in the encounter with the 3 little guys, stuff like that. And honestly, it's a very small thing, but that just really resonated with me. Push the big red button, please. Don't push the red button, exactly. And an extra $1 to skip story and skip to level 50. Now that's the problem with it. Even though I know I would be fully capable of catching up, so to speak, if I skip content, it's basically so engraved in my brain. I don't want to make any mistakes in any capacity under any circumstances, and I feel like if I just skip the levels, I don't really know how to play my character. And that's just kind of been in the back of my head the entire time. Even though that is probably completely wrong for me. It doesn't seem right. You can't skip to max level. Well, that's fair. Your guild is solved halfway through Sunwell. I was pretty lucky actually, overall. Also, I think we now hit level 7, yeah. Ride is level 7 too. Can we level another spell now? I guess we could try leveling Salamander. Yeah, Salamander actually is the last one that can work. Let's see how many explodes we need. Try it with 3 first. So the thing is, I had a bit of a strange progression through the Burning Crusade, because I effectively only really hit level 70 when Sunwell was released at the time. So I came kind of late. So my progression ended up being, I joined a raid guild that was progressing through whatever the water raid was, and the wherever Chaos Task was. I forget the names of these places. And then my friends actually already joined a higher level guild, or a higher rank guild, and they asked me whether, hey, we're missing a healer, but they asked me to join up there. I made sure it was okay with my other raid leaders, because we didn't really plan on doing Mount Hyjal, I think it was, the Hyjal raid, or the other raid that was the Black Temple. So they said, sure, you can go. So they basically just dragged me through the entirety of Mount Hyjal, and I had no idea what I was doing, which was kind of mildly terrifying, and dragged me through the entirety of the Black Temple. And then they also went, so, now let's go into Sunwell. That was even more spooky, because I did not know anything about Kalagos. They were at the time, as that guild that I happened to join in the end, was progressing on Brutalis, but it was so late into the patch that they knew that we get a pretty substantial power boost with the pre-patch before the next expansion, that they didn't put that much effort into trying to beat Brutalis anymore. So I have good memories from there. But I kind of got a speed pass through the entire expansion, so to speak. Why am I... wrong spell set? PKI was Health Us, that sounds about right. Mount Hydra is really good if you know what you're doing. I felt like the Black Temple was also kind of neat, but I had no idea what I was doing, and the rest of the guild was just good enough for me to just... Alrighty, I'm hitting buttons, I'm healing people that are low on HP. That was sufficient. Oh hey, that took forever. We find another chest here. That was like what, 20 minutes since the last chest? Let's see what we get. Hey, we got it, finally! Wow. We got our cockatrice cap. Hooray! This is just a mild upgrade compared to what it was before. But hey, it's an upgrade. It's not a mild upgrade at all for anybody who might just be listening. It is from 7 defense up to 142. Alrighty! Finally we can continue. This took a while. And hey, we leveled up spells along the way too, so that's pretty good. Alright, only 2 more of those. Well, kind of. At least we could get to defeat the next boss here. And we are significantly higher level than before, so at least the glitchless part of the run in terms of boss gauntlet, etc. is going to be pretty easy at this point. We still have relatively low defense, to be fair. At least on most of the characters. Also, we do want to defeat this guy here. Because this guy here... Oh, he isn't done. Oh, he is done, never mind. Because the Darkstalker also has a red drop we want to get, but we can easily farm them later. But since we are going to be passing by a few of those, it makes sense to try and just get it along the way here too. Alright. No, don't get... Oh my goodness. These enemies are still spooky. To say the least. How many? Oh, I have no Cups of Wishes. I really don't need to not let the sprite die here. Hello. Hello, XF. I hope you're doing well. Alright, chests please. Then again, even if I get chests, I don't have the lady right now to help me out here with Analyzer, so it would be 50-50 when the guy gets a trap or not. A good thing the soundtrack is so good. Makes the grinds easier mentally. It definitely is true, honestly. That is very, very true. I think there's stalkers in here. Oh no, those were the Captain Ducks. We don't need to murder any Captain Ducks. I'm sure Captain Duck is happy about that. Alright, I could have used the sword at level 1 attack in order to get back up there. Kybrun. I think an entire fountain would be a bit tricky to carry around. Alrighty, welcome to the Kettlekin. I didn't even bother dealing any MP beforehand, because this poor guy has such low MP or HP that we should be able to knock him out pretty quick overall. His gimmick is basically that he has Lucid Barrier and he casts it frequently, and it absorbs a lot of physical damage. But, well, I'm not really using physical damage here, am I? This boss looks like the singing robot from Chrono Trigger. He has a little bit of an idea of that. It is kind of equally silly with its pulling hammer thingies. And Gato? Indeed, Gato it was. And down he goes! His name is Gato, he has metal joints, beat him up and win 15 silver points. Okay, I need to go and... You know what? After the grind against the basilisks, we probably have a little bit of money in order to be able to afford a bit more than before. Just a little bit. We have... How much is that? 417,000 gold. As a matter of fact, we can go back to previous areas and... buy the pieces of equipment that are exclusively in shops, I think. So that's, I think, what I'm gonna be doing here in just a moment. Did Toriyama do character design for Secret of Mana 2? I don't know who might have done that. Remain here and let us listen to the Dark Star. I guess Dark Star right now is kind of one of the few or one of the few times you can hear the track. I love this music, it's so good. My default landing place just happens to be the desert because the shop is outside and it's just more efficient. But also, pretty good music right now. Alright, I'm gonna upgrade all the weapons except for the sword and the javelin. Specifically sword and javelin we want to keep at the lowest possible level for a while in order to elevate the other weapon levels for the grind a little bit later. So we can level up the spear. Spear is fine, javelin not. Okay. Will we have enough for the money for the Nico prices at the Grand Palace? Maybe. The armor is really expensive. I don't exactly remember, to be honest. Also, the sprite had the axe equipped the entire time. I thought he had gloves, which is why I was thinking, oh, the sprite didn't level up the gloves at all, so... I guess Pigment character don't level up weapons, but I think it was mainly because I had the axe equipped, and I was looking at the wrong item. Alrighty, let's go ahead and buy some equipment here, shall we? Specifically because we are going to be sitting around in this kind of equipment here for a while, plus we need these items anyways. Alrighty, so we already have a Lasso Ring, we have all Shield Ring already as well, but I'm gonna get a second Lasso Ring for the lady here. And for the boy too, actually. I want to get a battle suit for everybody. Alright, what do I want? I want a flower suit as well. I want a duck cap. I want a dragon helm, and I want a unicorn helm. Yeah. I'm gonna mark these things on my tracker real quick. Duck helm, unicorn cap, dragon helm. Flower suit. Battle suit. Actually have to go back to Tasnica for the tortoise mail. Or tortoise. Also gold bracelet apparently is in Tasnica. Alright, we're gonna make a bit of a shopping tour here, I think. For the equipment pieces that we want. Alright, you're gonna get this. I think I'm actually gonna keep the sprite on this. But we're going to want to delete our other equipment pieces that we don't need at this point anymore, because they're going to, well, block the items overall. Otherwise. Flower suit, by the way, prevents your character from getting knocked unconscious. A little fun fact. Alright, you finally get an upgrade too. You get an upgrade too temporarily. Shield ring we want to keep, that is one of the items we want. And power vest we delete. Alright. So, let's go to North Town. There we can buy a quilted hood and tiger cap. This is probably something else my previous run did, where I managed to get all the items along the way because I did a grind in the Desert Palace, so... Also a bit different, I suppose. So here... we want to get... accessories, curiously enough, is only one other one. Tiger bikini, one tiger vest, one ruby vest, one quilted hood, and a tiger cap. Alrighty, so we have quilted hood, tiger cap, ruby vest, tiger suit, tiger bikini. Now just 2 more armor items from Tasnica, and we're gonna be set on terms of buying stuff until we sink the Grand Palace back into the ocean. Hello! Welcome to Equipo, also welcome to Opus and Hoodster and anybody else who might have joined us. I hope you're doing well, everybody. Here it is. I knew it was around here, I just didn't know exactly where. And yes, there's gonna be 2 more pieces of equipment. So this gold bracelet here, and only get it here in Tasnica, and the tortoise mail, same deal, only get it in Tasnica. Alrighty, let's stock up on consumable items, because, well, might as well at this point. Tasnica is really out of the way. Yeah, I should have actually bought these things while I was getting through here the first time, but I kind of forgot about it. Isn't it weird that the Republic has a king? I never thought about that. Yes. Maybe it's, Republic is just the name of the country. Which is kinda weird. But it is called the Republic of Tasnica, isn't it? Alrighty. So, before we go back, I now have done all the shopping. And I think every character has at least some solid equipment. And we will be able to go into the Grand Palace. Yeah, the word Republic literally means by the people. As in, you don't have a king. France is a republican monarchy, you know, where they are. I have no idea about these things, honestly. I always forget where to go from here. Oh, southwest-ish. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna give the Geiger's Lance to you. You get the axe for now. You know what, you can keep the bow, this is fine. Also at this point I want to have both the lady and the boy to be the more aggressive setting. I don't remember what the setting was that I put them to for this grind here, but I'll figure it out again. Welcome to you, good morning Respec 5. Thank you for the good luck, I can definitely use it. By the way, did you see that the lady actually does not get a free pass past the enemies here? Or past the NPC there. Oh, the sword thingy there. This is what we need. So, fun fact or not so fun if you're actually trying to get it, the two swords in here, in the seed rooms, to my knowledge, you can never actually get a chest drop from the enemies in here. I think I tried for like half an hour last time and we didn't get a single chest drop in this room, or in these rooms here. So there's no point in killing them. How many hours roughly did you spend on this game, learning-wise? I mean, I don't really have a way to quantify that. I've been speedrunning this game since like 2013. And I just like stupid challenges, so this just kind of naturally is a thing that I've been considering. I've been doing single character challenge run, I've been doing all sorts of types of things. Uh-oh. So this is actually where I want to kill the Doom Swords. Also, in fact, this is where I want to kill the National Scar. I will need to analyze those things in order to know how much HP they have. Yeah, the National Scar apparently has a bit more. 411 for the sword. Okay, 1 of 3 is not sufficient for this though. Chest? No chest. So yeah, I remember that hunt for these chests here taking quite a long time usually. But again, part of that is because I'm also trying to get levels on the spells, but we're almost done with which spells we can level actually. Alrighty. Now, let's see, I think I want to get the spear on the boy and the... I'll use the javelin this time. I think I last time used the javelin actually. Keep the thing on you for now. Alright, this is our next grind spot right here. Where I need the lady actually to cast guaranteed critical hit on the boy in order to have a better shot at knocking this thing out. here. Right, I'm gonna pick me the sprite again here. I'm gonna directly control the sprite. Let's see how whether this is going to work out. I think I used something on the lines of aligning the boys and the sprite on the latest attack for one hit right here. Then having her cast guaranteed crits on the boy again. No chest. Oh yeah, I would like to leave politics out of chat in the sense of what may or may not be good. You can discuss the technical aspects of things, but please, nothing that could be too heated. I would appreciate that. Hey, a chest. Alrighty, chest. This is a potential amulet helmet. It's actually even slightly stronger than the cockatrice cap. Needs an analyzer level 3. Apparently that was not good enough. Let's see. Very one, not one fit. Oh, alright. So one burst is, I think, sufficient for the swords guaranteed. But I need to give him a guaranteed critical hit right there. I didn't even check whether there was a chest drop right there. Whoops. Normally I use the... let's see whether the Hyper Fist works for this. So Moon Energy, by the way, is a buff that guarantees a critical hit on the next attack. I should probably continue using Exploder on these things, just to level up Exploder to level 7 as well. You only found out about the scanning chest a few days ago. So many traps you had to deal with as a kid. Yeah. The thing is, for certain chests in the Mana Fortress, you need like level 8 analyzer, which is quite a stretch to get. Alright, let's go for Exploder. I don't think one Exploder is sufficient. Let's see what there's two. Ooh, chest. So this is a potential... what's it called? A Guardian Ring, which of all the rare drops to hunt, this is the one that probably bugs me the most, honestly, because it is strictly weaker than even the items you can buy at this point. And it's a rare drop and such. It's like... feels so inefficient. Cup of Wishes, don't fit. Oh, I see, the empty spawn the thing. Oops, wrong guy. Sprite does not need critical hits. Well, and this thing probably just despawned the sword. It did. And I need to play this a bit better, I think. Ooh, another chest. Getting lucky here. How much agility do I need for the National Scar? 56. I actually researched that before the run, so I actually know this before, without having to go too far. Okay, actually we can pick up these chests here without using Analyzer first. Oh, and we got the rad drop right away. Holy cow, this is super lucky. Wow, alright. That was pretty fast. For this one, we still need the Guardian Ring. But hey, Amulet Helm, right off the bat. That is pretty awesome. And Amulet Helmet, kind of like the circlet, gives you +5 intelligence. So this is a helmet for the sprite. Actually, you get this one. So yeah, Amulet Helm complete. That was really fast. Wow, alright. Also, by the way, you cannot change your equipment while you are Pygmid. So I had to Pygmid the lady briefly. Going to absorb some MP from the next enemy here. Loaded level 6 already, so that's pretty neat. Wait, I don't need to kill the National Scar anymore. I actually only need these guys now. I did not even mentally process that yet. This is still the best place to kill the Doom Swords to my knowledge. Actually, there might be a slightly better place later. But the catch is they are not guaranteed to spawn later. Also, I think I'm going to go with burst this time. So, what I can do is I can make the swords start moving. And while they are basically casting their own weapon enchant on themselves, I can't hit them anyways. But what I actually want to do is just cast a longer spell animation on them to one-shot them. While I'm waiting, I'm just gonna absorb some MP from the book. Yeah, I think this is actually gonna be decently efficient overall. Although I could also start leveling up Gnome. They're going to level up Gnome a lot anyway, so no, I'm fine. Gnome is actually one of the better spells to grind for chests with, because it has such a short animation with Earthlight. And especially once you have a decent amount of maximum MP, it's kind of pretty good, honestly. Oh, I didn't. Oh well. Probably not much slower, actually, thinking about it. Oh, I didn't check for the chest. And hey, Sabinoid, welcome. Thank you for the good luck, I can definitely use that. Bonk. Nope. How much MP do we have left? Oh, that's actually annoying. The National Scar, being able to summon minions. I'm actually going to make it so the AI is going to go into close combat with the National Scar, so it hopefully prevents they prevent it from spawning the enemies. Is it worth ballooning or sleeping the book? I believe they cannot be ballooned because they are technically a flying type enemy. Flying type enemies cannot be ballooned. Putting it to sleep would be interesting if I didn't already have Dryad at maximum level here. I don't need to level Dryad. Let's see, what could the... Hey, what the lady actually could do, so this is an interesting idea. Using Blaze Wall, which is going to engulf it in flames. That might work. Yeah, I actually like that idea. I think that's a good idea. That way we also level up the lady's spells a little bit. The downside is Engulf in Flames is 4 MP, whereas the other spells of Salamander are only 3 and 2. Hello. One of the best things about this area here is, by the way, that the National Scar always spawns in enemy slot 3, and the 2 swords are enemy slots 1 and 2. The reason why that's kind of a big deal is because that way I can just open up the menu and spam the B button in order to immediately start the spell cast. I do not have to worry about targeting the correct enemy. That's convenient. Ow! Rude. By the way, if your character is Pigment, you lose 3/4 of your physical defense. So that is, I guess, kind of a big deal. Oh, you did not see that. Don't worry about it. There was nothing to see right there. Wrong. Oh well. The funny thing is, chances are people actually didn't see it. And that's okay. Actually, what I can do instead is I can give the lady and the boy flame weapons, and then can just engulf the book in flame that way instead. That might actually be more efficient. At least MP spending wise, it is more efficient. Will you be doing any grinding in the Pure Lands? Yes, the Pure Lands is actually going to be a pretty large portion of it. There is several unique items we want to get out of the Pure Lands. What's the thing there again? Oh, not enough MP. What does the sword drop? A Guardian Ring. Guardian Ring is probably something you don't even know about because it is... what's the word? Mostly really not noteworthy. Since it has pretty low defense and no special effects to speak of either, so there's largely no reason to ever grind for it aside from doing, well, 100% type run. And to me it's quite interesting because I think pretty much every time so far I have gotten the amulet helmet before I got the Guardian Ring. Maybe not every time, but I remember at least 2 other times. Maybe only 1. Obscure. Very obscure. Maybe I want the AI here only to attack once to prevent the book from spawning stuff. Maybe I want to set them to this. Because them continuously attack is not actually what I want. I just want them to hit the thing once in order to engulf it in flames. The sprite actually hit the book with the tiny person attack. That's kind of ridiculous, actually. Because your attack power is significantly reduced as well if you are a tiny person. I don't think without a critical hit I would be able to hit it at all. The only thing you ever grinded for were the weapon orbs in the fortress. Yeah, that makes sense. Those are the most obvious ones to grind for. I dare to say those are also the most reasonable ones to grind for. Ow. Oh, the sprite dead. The sprite dead! I am a word missing. You know, I think I'm gonna continue with Explorer for now. We're almost at level 7 Salamando anyways. Chest. Wait, what was the agility for the Guardian Ring? I never looked that up apparently. Let's see. Cup of Wishes. Oh well. I just used it, so we get it back. I guess that's alright. Let's see, what happens if I go left side first? Is there any difference? Oh, if the lady is key back here. Ooh, another chest. Alright, let me actually look up real quick what agility we need for this. Some stuff. And... Doom Sword. No. Sword? Sword. Evil Sword is not the one. Doom Sword. There it is. Doom Sword has a trap agility of 48. I do believe we have 48. Actually, we might even have 48 on the lady here at this point. Here it is. Agility 49. Yep, she can open up these just here without having to worry about using Analyzer. Cup of Wishes, 1 fit. Alrighty, chest number 3 of the books. So far. To absorb some MP from this. I think I should go left side first because apparently the sword on left is in slot number 2 and the little devil thing actually occupies slot 1. Ooh, another chest. Lucky. Okay, that was chest number 4. I might be miscounting here. I don't remember. Quad light. The problem about the room with the 2 orbs, yes, that would be better. That was also my original plan when I first did this, but it turns out, that room, for some reason, cannot spawn any chests. I do not know why. Also, I might as well open this one for fun. We're farming to get a Guardian Ring. Can they? I have no idea what the little devil thing is actually drop. Guardian Ring may be the common drop, maybe the rare drop, I don't know. But yeah, we want the rare drop from these Doom Sword enemies. And that is a Guardian Ring. It's not a good item, but it is one of those that is on the list by my definition, so we need to farm it for 100% run. And we've already gotten the amulet helmet from the National Scar here, so that was pretty lucky. I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah. Unfortunately that other room does not work. I wish it did. So here's a thing too. Maybe specifically the room I farmed doesn't work. Maybe the other ones do work. So basically what I'm saying is, if you have ever gotten a chest in one of these rooms, let me know, because currently my assumption is that the chests or the places with the elemental orbs do not actually have the ability to give you chests at all. That's just kind of where I'm standing right now. And I don't really know whether I'm absolutely correct about that. Alright, Salamander's level 7. I guess we can start leveling up Earthslide at this point. A nice and quick animation. How did you know? Well, I've tried it. In one of my runs previously, I have tried it for a solid like half hour without any chest drops, or maybe even longer, maybe an hour. Like, it didn't occur to me until like quite a bit in. I don't remember which 100% run it was, but you can probably check out one of the highlights of the earlier ones. It actually was not the first one, because I did not farm the Guardian Ring in the first one. I happen to know that. It's kind of the one thing that I feel like that run is missing. To be fair, the Basilisk did drop a chest for more than 20 minutes too. Yeah, I know, but that is 2 enemies for a long time. I don't know how long it was, to be fair. Feel free to go back to probably the second 100% run that I did. Look up the VOD. I would actually be curious how long specifically I went to check. Because technically it could just be bad luck. Practically, it's very unlikely. Well, in my eyes anyways. Oh, another chest. Number 5. Cup of Wishes. Okay. You always use the cheapest spell on each element to grind element levels. Are you picking the more expensive spells for animation speed? Well, right now I actually want the damage from the spells. I'm not specifically grinding the spells, I am grinding for chests. The spell levels just kind of happen naturally along the way, on top of that. I think the book tried to be naughty again. Because currently my maximum spell level is level 7. Using the other spells in order to try and get these rare drops, I feel like would be a bit of a waste. Especially since there's no particular elemental advantage I can take advantage of here. At least on the Basilisk, when I was still low level, the elemental advantage made sense because they have a lot of HP and a lot of magic defense. Until I was a fair bit higher level, that is. But yeah. The cheapest spell usually makes the most sense unless it is a significantly slower animation. Well, actually, even then, because you can usually chain the animations, it's still faster, unless it is like a fireball type spell. Fireball just throws 3 little fireballs at enemies, and that is, well, kind of slow in terms of animation, because you have to wait until the fireballs actually land on the enemies. You do remember getting a lot easier to level Sprite's magic after meeting Luna. Oh yeah, with MP absorb. Definitely true. But I was just kind of thinking that there might have been other factors that could affect that too. Oh, I was accidentally using Magic Absorb. I meant to use Earth Slide here. Wonder whether the Stone Saber actually will work on the National Scar. I haven't even considered that until now. Also, we are now already at Earthslide level 6. Two Earthslides should be sufficient now, I think. Leveling Purim's map check is such a pain compared to Popoi. Let me see, I think Purim is the lady. So this... I'm sorry, I'm not used to the names. I actually think leveling up the lady's magic is significantly simpler overall. Because with the sprite you do need a target. An enemy target usually. And with the lady, you don't actually need an enemy target, you can just cast the spell straight up. I do think that is simpler overall. Here was the lady. Right. Don't do it in the inn, Vilokar, because when you are casting spells in an area where... Exactly, yes. You can go to the Wind Palace, where you get a free magic refill from the sprite's grandfather. Sylphid says, I do it in my palace. That makes a lot of sense, yes. Because you get full magic experience in the grandfather's palace, and the MP refill is quicker thanks to it being a faster animation overall. Yes, Bad Road. The thing is, the way you can identify whether you get full or half magic experience is whether your weapons are drawn. It does not matter whether there are enemies or not on the screen. All that matters is that your weapons need to be out, so to speak, and available. Let's just see. You were talking about going back and forth from the inn to the outside. I see, yeah. You can't just stand in the Wind Palace and that is full magic experience. It's gonna be what I will be doing later here. Ow. Please stop. What a mean book. It looks like we cannot petrify the National Scar, from what I can tell. And welcome to you, Anshimi Manchi. Thank you. I hope you have a Is there an English equivalent? I hope you have a good entry into the new year as well. I actually don't know whether there's an English equivalent for that. Hope you have a good time and stay safe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the National Guard does not react at all to petrification weapons, so we're just gonna go back to fire-based weapons instead. Ooh, chest. Number 6 or 7? Wall, level 5 in there. Fireball, level 5 over there. Cups of Wishes, there we go, that's what we got. Oh, walking into the pillar from the side actually is sufficient over here. To know. Too far. Hello, welcome to the Fireball. Fireballs are still welcome around here, at least the friendly ones. The unfriendly ones, not so sure. Did we get... Oh yeah, Earthlight is level 7 now. I think this means we have all the magic at level 7. Except for Undine. I mean, I guess we might as well level up Undine here instead. No reason not to. Well, I mean, the reason would be that we only get one animation with burst, which is probably slightly faster. Oh boy. Yes, the raid! Yes, the raid. You were streaming on New Year's thingy? Wow. Welcome everybody! 7 Snes, thank you so much for the raid and the host, and welcome. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, Happy New Year, whenever that might be for you. Also, I think 2 hours east from me is currently New Year. And welcome! I'm currently doing a Secret of Mana 100% run, which means I'm currently trying to find the elusive Guardian Ring from those Doom Swords, which is a rare drop. And, well, that's why I keep running back and forth here. We have already gotten 2 of the rare drops, I think. Yeah, 2 of many more. And there's gonna be a bunch more. Welcome 7 Snes and Raiders, and anybody who might not know about 7 Snes, or Background Guy for that matter. Background Guy 02 and 7 Snes are currently running through the Final Fantasy series in a race that is kind of like a celebration of the entire Final Fantasy franchise. So if you like Final Fantasy games, maybe check out 7 Snes and Background Guy 02. Yep, take care 7, thank you for dropping by, stay safe and all the best to you. And for that matter, everybody else who just came in for the raid and just a peek in, I hope you have a most pleasant and wonderful new year. And however good or, well, maybe not so good your previous year has been, I hope the next one is going to be much better for you, and take care, stay safe, enjoy your trip. Thank you, Godlight. Oh yeah, for anybody who may have just joined, basically I'm currently playing through Secret of Mana 100%. Well, it's my own made-up definition of what 100% means to me, and that is getting all the rare drops from enemies. Basically, no, let me start again. I'm going to get all the weapons up to the maximum level, which is 8.99 for everything except the sword. I'm going to get all the spells up to level 8.99. I'm going to grind out all the weapon orbs. Well, I have to in order to get the weapons up that high, I suppose. And I'm going to get all the equipment pieces for as many equipment inventory slots as we had, which means that is a grand total of 11 equipment item slots that we have, from highest defense value to lowest. So that's a few item pieces we could just straight up buy from the vendors. But beyond that, we have to also grind out certain specific things like this Guardian Ring here, or the Amulet Helmet from the National Scar, or the Cockatrice Cap from the Basilisk, which, well, except for the Guardian Ring, which is what I just mentioned here, is everything we have already for now. Along the way here, the main reason I'm using Freeze... Oh, it's level 7 now. Never mind. I'm going to switch over to Burst at this point, because we have all spells at level 7. Without progressing further in the story, I will not be able to level up my spells any further than what it already is, so I was just using this opportunity to just level up the spells. And now, I'm just going to use Burst, because these enemies here also die to a single burst spell. I give the lady and the boy fire-based weapons, so they engulf the book in flames, so it does not spawn more enemies. Or hopefully it doesn't spawn more enemies, that way I get more of the swords. And that's the idea. Welcome everybody. Did I miss anything? Do you have any questions? Feel free to let me know. Feel free to ask. Oh, another chest. This is chest number 8 for the Guardian Ring. Let's see what we get this time. Cup of Wishes again. Alright. By the way, to illustrate real quick, the drop chance probability of each of the items is basically a 1 in 16 chance to get a chest drop, then a 7 in 64 chance to get the rare item from the chest. And I actually want to look up something real quick. National Scar. Yeah, alright. National Scar is indeed the same low drop chance for a rare item. I was kind of curious whether it might have had a higher drop rate, but nope, it doesn't. Ow. Meanie. Uh-oh, I used Lunar Magic. That's not what I meant to do. Enemy and party HP recovered. Lunar Magic has such strange possible or potential effects. It's really weird. Never really explored what it exactly can do, to be fair. Maybe I should cast Lunar Magic this time around on Dark Lich. What do you plan to do when the girl runs out of MP? Right now I still think I have a Fairy Walnut. But once she is out of magic, well, I'm just not gonna be able to cast the thing anymore. She's not that vital to the strategy. Resetting just the sword on the right only is decently quick, and frequently they will just hit National Scar all the time anyways. So it doesn't spawn the enemies. What a meanie. The Dark Glitch. Dark Glitch. Sorry. The lady and the boy are getting weapon experience, right? Well, whenever they kill the National Scar here. I don't specifically attack the Doom Sword, but if you kill an enemy exclusively with magic, you do not get the weapon experience, to my knowledge. Oh, another chest, number 7. Let's get lucky, maybe. Oh, we did get lucky. Nice. Guardian Ring acquired. Sweet. Okay. Nice. That was a fair bit faster than last time, if I'm not mistaken. Hooray! 7 since Raider brought some luck. How nice of you. I do appreciate that. Alrighty. Need to open up this thing right here. I'm also going to unpick me the sprite, so the sprite actually has some solid physical defense. Also, unlike the other rare drops for equipment pieces that we want for our run here, the Guardian Ring is one of those exceptions where I don't equip it because it's just not good. It's so silly. Also, in case you're wondering, that chest is sword orbs. I do not need to pick up any sword orb during the entirety of the run, because I will get the full maximum sword orb capacity as soon as we clear the Pure Lands. So there's not much of a point for me to pick these up right now. You could if you want to, but since I don't plan on even upgrading the sword until we are ready to level up all the weapons, well, there's not much of a point in doing that either. Also, pull that. Gonna get back to the spear for you. From what I recall, you only get weapon experience when weapon gets the killing blow, and Cactus, who didn't get the kill shot, get a half as much. Yes, that's kind of pretty much how it works, Bad Road. I have to admit, sometimes I'm not entirely sure. Let's just use Lunar Magic for fun. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but yeah. Heard a distant sound. And I have no idea what Lunar Magic just did. Lunar Magic is a weird spell. Also an interesting SMW hack thingy. Never used it though. On the plus side, you'll probably have enough money to upgrade all weapons due to the grinding for rare drops. Oh yeah. Already after the Basilisk, I think we were able to afford literally everything we want at this point. That is very true. Alright, and we even got all the spells up to level 7 as well along the way. Kind of impressive. Alrighty, so this poor little guy is weak to fire, and let's see how much one level 7 exploder does to him. 590, not too bad. And it only has like 1300 or so HP. As I recall, Lunar Magic does a lot of things and chooses one randomly. Right, I just haven't memorized the list, but that's exactly how it is. Like, I don't know exactly what it does, is what I mean. Like, one of those effects just now was heal everybody to full, including enemies. But I don't know whether it has maybe some other effects too. We will probably hit the gold cap again. Did we hit the gold cap last time? I don't really remember. I forgot to but yeah, our attacks are pretty strong at this point. We are really high leveled. We have plus magic power equipment on top of it, and poor Hexus here does not stand a chance. Oops. I thought it was enough, but apparently not. Alrighty. I still had some coffee. And guess what we're gonna do with the next boss too? The next boss actually casts wall very quickly, which bounces back spells. Also, we just leveled up our weapon. Mech Riders are weird. You get some weapon experience when you start the fight. I have no idea why. Either way, let's actually use some spells I don't usually get to use. Like Burst. And some more Burst. By the way, that was max damage. 44 MP. You know what I can do? I can just drain him of all MP he has. Oh, that was all MP he has. Now this poor fellow can no longer cast wall because he's out of magic. That's really silly. That seemed hard. Yep, this is what happens if somebody who knows Secret of Mana decently well decides to overlevel a little bit for some reason. That's weird, I've never seen him stop like that before. Interesting. Alrighty. We are soon going to be able to get into the Pure Lands. Before that, we will be able to buy the final set of equipment pieces that we can buy, which means we're gonna get a Gauntlet, Vest Guard, and the Needle Helm. I think the Needle Helm is gonna be an upgrade for the lady. She's the only one who does not have 140 plus defense piece yet. The Vest Guard is going to be actually useful for everybody. I'm just gonna remove the battle suits. And the Gauntlet is gonna be an upgrade for the Sprite. Wait, no. Actually, technically everybody. Welcome to the Sprite Show, all Sprite all the time. The funny thing is, if I didn't have to level up magic, I actually would use some critical hit nonsense with the lady. Alrighty. One Gauntlet for everybody. One Vest Guard for everybody. And my inventory is full of well, chest piece items. I'm gonna keep one Lasso Ring because that is one of the items we need. Also, in case you're curious how a Guardian Ring looks, this is how a Guardian Ring looks. Surprisingly pricey. Alright, we do need these still. Yeah, actually we need all of these still, technically. What we don't need anymore is all the battle suits. We want still one battle suit, actually. What I need to be careful about is, once I get to the point where we want to get the other equipment pieces, I guess the armor is not that big of a deal, because we need to get the armor. Well, most of the armor after this point are going to be common drops. Actually, all of the armor are going to be common drops rather than rare drops, so we really don't have a trouble anymore for these. Right, needle helmet for the lady, which is an upgrade over her duck helmet. Keep the duck helmet, don't throw it away. Such a habit from mine. Right, where's the lady's equipment? I'm gonna keep the Lasso Ring. Actually, I don't... Oh, what actually depends now is whether we can still level or already level spells past level 7, which I'm actually not sure about. Either way, lady also gets a vest guard, as well as gauntlet. And the boy now also gets a gauntlet. Gauntlets, by the way, are by far the biggest upgrade of all these equipment pieces you can buy. And curious enough, some of the cheaper ones too. The reason why they are such a big upgrade is because a gauntlet gives you 250 magic defense. It doesn't tell you anywhere how much magic defense things get, you just need to know. And 250 magic defense is a ridiculous amount, let's put it that way. Hello! Welcome to Shiva. I hope you have a nice day so far. And a good start into the new year. Right. Now, another important thing to do? Save, because since last time we got rare equipment, we haven't saved. And of course, we go ahead and save over here in the desert, because this is also the most direct path over to the Pure Lands. Wait, why am I buying stuff? This is such a force of habit. When I land here, I want to buy stuff. Right. Also, as a friendly reminder, please mind your language. I would appreciate that, but I understand the sentiment. Alrighty. Welcome to the Pure Lands, where apparently on a grind for stuff. Yep, I definitely want to grind for a bunch of stuff. No, we actually don't want anything from these grey pebblers, or whatever they are called. We want these enemies here. And now, moment of truth. I don't remember whether we can level magic right here. Or not. Alright, sprite it, check. Nope. 0.0. Wait, was that right? Yeah, we don't get to level magic. So this means we get to level the other magic. The one from the lady here. Means we want the sprite to be more aggressive in the attack behavior too. We can stack damage onto these enemies. So this is going to be quite helpful. The reason why petrification weapon is not because of elemental advantage, although the crowfoot thingy or griffin's hand, they are in fact weak to earth, but the reason why is you don't actually get the elemental element on your weapon. Like, you literally don't get it. Not a thing on weapons. But the reason is because if you petrify an enemy, you reduce their current HP by half. So petrifying enemies means that they take a lot of damage from literally just being petrified and nothing else. Hey, chest number 1 already. Now, what was the... So from these guys, also, let me... Needle Helm, Vestguard, Gauntlet. Alright, from these guys, what we want is the Griffin Helmet. Which we either need 64 agility or Analyzer level 3. I don't think we yet have 64 agility. Yeah, close, but not quite. Unless we would have the Ninja Gloves, which we don't. That's plus 5 agility. Either way, Analyzer level 3. Going to disarm the trap. And then we have a 7 in 64 chance to get the Griffin Helmet. Chocolate, 1 foot. Oh, alright. But as you can see, even though we effectively only dealt half the damage to these Griffin foot enemies, because of petrification, they effectively lost all their health. That's kind of the fun part about it. I'll just have the lady continuously cast magic here to increase our physical attack power. Because once that magic is decently high, it is actually going to be significantly more efficient to defeat enemies with it than it is currently. Or it is going to be with the magic spam from Sprite, for the most part, not always true. Alright. Especially Stone Saber. We might actually want to invest a bit of a grinding session in order to level up Stone Saber, so we have more Stone Saber charges. In fact, I think that's what I'm gonna do right now. And yes, Rylokar, you are exactly correct. When you petrify an enemy with a physical attack, they lose half of their HP before they take the damage from the physical attack. So if an enemy has 600 HP, and they deal 300 damage plus petrification, you will still kill them, which is kind of the ridiculously powerful effect of it. Alrighty. This is gonna be our first grinding session here with specifically the lady. In order to get the maximum amount of efficiency for magic spells, grinding, you want to be in an area that gives you... that has the weapons drawn. Like right now the sprite and the boy has the spear and the sprite has the whip equipped. You can clearly see them, which means we get the full magic experience per spell cast. And it just so happens that the grandpa here is, well, regenerating your MP back to full, so this is a very efficient way of regenerating your MP quickly. An alternative would be, for example, you could just buy fairy walnuts at the Nico on the Sunken Continent and just use those repeatedly, which right now might actually be more efficient than being here, because we don't have 99 maximum MP yet, but oh well. How long are you going to grind? That's a good question. Since I will be using Earth Saber for a bunch of the grinds anyways, it's probably fair to not go all the way to level 7 yet. So I would say level 6. So once we hit Earth Magic level 6 on the lady here. Also, once again, I'm pigmenting the lady here because this allows her to cast spells slightly quicker than you otherwise would be able to. But you would be furthering the Nico scam. Nico is not a scam. He brings you items from dangerous places that you cannot get otherwise, and he brings them to dangerous places where you would not have otherwise access to any items anytime soon. I mean, what other trader or merchant is as brave as Nico to go through monster-infested territories in order to be able to deliver your goods? You mean console? What? Shall we do a rare drop within the next 10 chests? I think that's a good way to go about it, Wardlight. Because we have slightly higher than 10% chance to get a rare drop, so within the next chest is actually a good prediction thing. I like it. Running things to console? What? I'm sorry, I don't follow. Also, welcome to you. I hope you're doing well. I'm probably missing something. Yes, I'm leveling Gnome up to level 6 is the plan. Because I'm currently using Gnome for leveling purpose. I'm actually also going to be leveling Luna to level 5, I think. Never mind. Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm just missing something. Also, maybe something I noted earlier. Elemental weapons, if you use like fire-based weapons, or elemental enchant for fire-based weapons, or earth-based weapons, or anything like that, these elemental weapons do not actually deal elemental damage. So as a matter of fact, if I enchant a weapon with light against Dark Lich, you will see a very small damage increase. But you would see that same damage increase with any other element as well, because they give you a slight boost to your base damage from the weapon. It's very small, but the elemental advantage you do not actually get. Which is also why it's actually kind of funny that the Ice Gigas casts the ice-based weapons on you. Because when he does that, in fact you deal more damage than you would deal before. Do existing weapons have elemental damage or just in the randomizer? That's just a thing for the randomizer. There is no existing elemental damage for weapons. Which, by the way, neither do the attributes work where a weapon says that it's especially effective against insects or especially effective against humanoid enemies. None of these work either. Which I think, at least some of those, you literally need to activate it via code, like flip a bit somewhere in the code and then it works. So it is fully programmed in some cases. It's just disabled for some reason. Maybe disabled because they forgot to activate it again, maybe disabled because they thought it was too imbalanced, I don't know. Alright, level 6. I'm going to briefly level Luna up just a little bit. Level 5 should be fine. Which, by the way, once again, it is 12 spellcasts to level 1, 13 spellcasts to level 2, 15 spellcasts to level 3, 17 spellcasts to level 4, and then I don't remember anymore. It's probably 20 spellcasts to level 5, then I would guess it's 25 spellcasts to level 6. Unfortunately, because it's not here, I probably forgot to flip the bit. Possible, I don't know. Very possible, though. By the way, Lunar Boost gives you 20 or 25% attack damage boost, so you actually deal substantially more damage whenever you have Lunar Boost on you. And the higher level Lunar Boost actually just lasts longer, rather than it giving you a stronger boost. Nazir Gibelli is the developer, or basically the original developer for Square Soft, that programmed Final Fantasy 1, probably 2, 3, 4, 5, Secret of Mana. I actually don't know what else he programmed, honestly. He was kind of the original cornerstone of programming for Square. 1 through 3, I see, so a bit less than I thought it was. Okay, level 4, which means 17 more spell cost. Final Fantasy 9 had a similar issue in that Thunder Slash had a bad bit that turned it from thunder into gravity elements. Wow, I did not know that. That sounds like fun. Nasir, the guy that worked at your local kebab shop, mate. Interesting. I actually don't remember where Nazir originally came from. I do think he immigrated into Japan though. Same name, different guy. Yeah, I honestly haven't really had any bad experience with kebab shop people around here. Always friendly. Always tired looking to it, to be fair. Nazir was Iranian, Japanese. I see. Alright. Alright. Almost done with the grinding part here. Gonna give everybody a single target Stone Saber, because at level 0, multi-targeting weapon is more efficient. However, at level 1 and 2 and up, single targeting elemental weapons is way more efficient for how many charges you get. Alrighty, back to the Pure Lands. Once again, don't let the splits fool you, because I think I cleared the entirety of the Pure Lands first, before I ended up grinding last time. Or, I say last time, I don't even know whether that was last time or not. But yeah, as you can see, pretty good damage one-shotting these guys, or potentially anyways. Probably should have somebody use the axe. So these ice thugs also have a rare drop that we want. They have the Dragon Ring, I think. The Dragon Ring, unfortunately, mostly boring item. It's just decent defense. But at least it's not like the Guardian Ring, which is mostly pointless. But hey, we could already get one here. Let me see. I did write everything down, I just need to look it up. Ice Thug. I did not write that down. I would guess it's the same amount of agility we need here. Ice Thug. I don't know where... Oh, Ice Thug is over there. Disarm level 3, 64 agility. So once I have 64 agility, I think there's only very few traps that we need to worry about. But I did actually need to worry about this trap here. Wow, really? Dragon Ring right off the bat. Okay. That's really, really lucky. Okay, we just got a Dragon Ring. Okay. This was not even my grinding spot for Ice Thugs, but in particular. I was planning on grinding against the later ice ducks in order to get that thing. But hey, I'm not choosy. That's really nice. Also, welcome to this guy here. He is weak to thunder, and we have pretty high level, we have a lot of magic power, and we have level 7 spells, so he is gonna die pretty quick. I guess that already concluded the prediction of yes. Oh yeah, right, we had a prediction. Yes. That is a definite yes right there. So yeah, sometimes lucky. It's kind of nice. And we get an axe orb. Sweet. But no chest. By the way, this counts as a non-combat zone, so I should not be casting buff spells here. In theory, to optimize stuff, that is. One of the tricky things is, I don't see whether the chest spawns behind the foliage here. Oh, don't petrify me, that's mean. Needlines don't have a drop we want to grind from. They actually dropped a needle cap as a rare drop, but well, we don't really need that. Everything on one of the force is gone again. Oh no, don't bet everything. I forgot to split on the dragon worm. Keep split. Oh, you still have 200,000 left. That's a lot. Sprite's weapon looks a little bit like the final weapon. Huh. Or we don't have the final weapon yet. One saber for the sprite. One saber for the boy. While we're at it. But yeah, we're just gonna take all the griffin foot along the way. That's the plan anyways. We'll need a little bit more agility for these. Wait, do we? Hang on. 64, yeah, we still need a little bit more agility. Wait, not that guy. Wrong analyzer! Okay. Sprite, would you like to open up a chest? Here you go. Chocolate. Oh, okay. I mean, chocolate is always tasty. I don't mind. Which part of the 100% is the biggest time sink? Probably grinding up the weapons and spells, honestly. Like, as much time as it takes to do other parts of it, I think the weapon and spells are probably the largest part. Actually, that's probably not even true. It's just the largest part that is not as interesting, because I like opening up chests. And hey, look at this guy here. We do need an item from this tomato guy, man, please. Also, we need items from these ghost thingies. Oh yeah, this is actually a place where I used to grind, I remember. So these tomato or these ghosty thingies, we need 2 spells with the sprite in order to knock them out. We could do it with 1 from the lady if we had the spells leveled up appropriately, which we don't. This is weird, not having to worry about ice stocks at all. These guys, on the other hand, we do need. Not yet. Alright. Okay. This poor, unfortunate fellow has a weakness to ice. Effectively our strongest element. And he has less than 3000 HP. And yes, I need to grind for some equipment pieces in this area, that is accurate. In fact, my next grinding spot is coming up in just a second here. You do like opening a chest. Nice. So I know I usually used to use the Javelin in these areas here, but because I decided the Javelin is gonna be my second leverage weapon, I guess I can't do that. Okay, the Eggplant Man is one of the enemies that drops me an item, as well as these Griffin guys, they drop me an item too. Plus the ghosts. So this is actually a pretty interesting... Wait, why did you hit the guy up there? Weird. So, I want to knock out these ghosts here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna set the boy to be aggressive. Gonna guarantee critical hits. Wait, the sprite just automatically walked in there. Wow, why would you do that, sprite? Either way, the sprite is going to nuke the ghost. Whereas the lady and the boy are just going to more or less automatically take out the griffin hand here. And here, in here, I'm going to have the sprite take care of the Eggplant Man. Chest? No chest. Yeah, I should maybe have chosen a different weapon for leverage. Oh well, it's fine. Earthlight has a nice and quick animation, we can use that. Unfortunately, the Eggplant Man is the first one, the third one in the list in this room. I could try to knock out the Eggplant Man. In a different way. We could in theory go and just hit him. Okay, the sprite is in danger. I do this. I'm not sure. There might be a better way of doing this, but I can't really think of it. Maybe try using a bow weapon on the boy? Javelin would be perfect because it has a nice range and quick attack timing. Let's give you the whip. Let's see how well this might work. Give yourself fortification weapon. Fortification. And Basically the hope is that I can hit the Eggplant Man before she casts the spell. Well, not if the sprite just pushes him away like this. And the ghosts are definitely going to be the most awkward ones to grind at this point. I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. As long as the guy doesn't cast spells, I can just wait here. Right, I think we're good. Of all the 3 enemies I'm killing here, all of them have a chance to drop me a rare drop that I want. And of the ones I hope for the rare drop to get first is the ghost. Because ghosts are, well, they are plentiful later. The second best option I think would be the Eggplant Man here. But I think it might be a bit more awkward than I hope it would be. Yeah, they're not properly attacking the Eggplant Man. I do believe with the Javelin I had a good shot at just destroying that guy outright. But it looks like, unfortunately, without the Javelin I'm not so lucky. The ghost makes the cutest sound. Definitely quite something. Ouch. Yeah, I was in time. On the bright side, I love the music in this area. So nice to grind. Gonna give them one chance to hit, and then I'm just gonna skip the Eggplant Man. Just hope it's not gonna be too awkward of a grind without a Javelin. I really should have thought ahead about this. Nice try. Wrong guy. Confuse the boy. Ooh, a chest. Let's see, this should be hopefully a Watcher's Ring, and I have not written Eggplant Man down either. Let's see. Eggplant Man. Trap agility is 48, so we actually can just walk over there and hit it. It's fine. Also, we can't just walk over there. You know what? I'm gonna... Maybe I can try the Javelin anyways, later. Royal Jam. Neat. Heals me back up. What is the most time-consuming part from now on for 100%? Grinding up all weapons to 8.99, I would say. Ooh, another chest. Neat. Okay. Forget what the Griffin foot agility was. Griffin hand. 64 agility. What level agility do you have now, boy? Once again, if you're 63, just one more. One more level. Once again, if you have enough agility, you will be able to open up chests, guaranteed without any traps inside. But right now, you'll need to use Analyzer in order to disarm the trap. Also, yes, the chest blinking red is the trap disarmed. Counterintuitive. Very counterintuitive. Because when I was a kid, I figured, oh, you can analyze chests, that's neat. So what I ended up doing was like, I analyzed chest, they started blinking red, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna open this. This is not good. And the exact opposite was the case. So I never really learned. Good evening, Saipur. Happy New Year to you as well. And Happy New Year to you as well, Alrai, and welcome. Welcome everybody. Hope you have a most pleasant day so far. So, surprisingly, the lady running ahead and punching the dude with the axe works surprisingly well. Wonder whether another melee weapon would work as well with the boy. Maybe the glove. And you need MP. As soon as the projectiles are in the air, that is when you can it almost looked like I was hitting the lady with the... As soon as the projectile's in the air, you can switch screens. That is when you actually already received the buff. Happy New Year from Estonia. Nice. Happy New Year to you as well. Red equals dead, the trap. Red equals the trap is disarmed in chests. What am I trying to do? Think she might have hit it? New is level 59, which I think... that is what we needed, right? But yeah, Happy New Year to all the people 1 hour east of me. Soon the wave is going to roll over me, I suppose. Whatever that means. You had your chance. Ooh, chest. Okay. You have enough agility now, boy? Wrong screen. 64. Alrighty, the boy should be able to just open up chests just like this. And we get lead line whacked in the chest. Cups of wishes won't fit. I wonder whether one multi-target, one single target is sufficient for the ghosties to go down. No, actually, it's not. Oops, I did not mean to open this. This is a 50-50 chance for a trap now. We didn't get a trap, but we also got chocolate. Wait, does confusion remove your weapon charge? I forget. The chocolate was the real trap. I don't believe you. Chocolate cannot be a trap. I mean, it smells like a trap, it behaves like a trap, it is everything like a trap, but trust me, it's not a trap. Then again, why would you trust me? I might already be compromised by chocolate. In case you're wondering, first light because quickest animation. So, I know that chests cannot spawn in terrain, but I think they can spawn in bush areas, for that matter. Admiral Akbar disagrees. I have no idea who that is. I think that's Star Wars. I was about to say, I've never seen Star Wars. Then I'm like, but what if it's not Star Wars? Suddenly I start doubting myself, of course, because that's what I always do. The trap! Arrow reaches level 7. Wait, does that mean you have your arrow, so to speak, maxed out? I think it does, actually. Going to briefly check. But I think level 7 is the maximum for the bow right now. Yeah, it is. So I will want to switch weapon here. I'm actually gonna just switch it between them here. No more point in leveling up that weapon any further. But we need more stone sabers. And more stone sabers. And more guaranteed critical hits. And more guaranteed critical hits. Nice. Ooh, very nice. Alrighty. Well, it does have 64 agility now, so we can just open up chests. Cup of Wishes won't fit that face. What was that, like chest number 6 or 7 at this point? Oh, lady needs more MP. We have 1 fairy walnut remaining. Oops. Correction, we have no fairy walnuts remaining at this point. Another chest, some more luck. Griffin helm, please. Royal jam. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, please make sure you hide your food, hide anything that smells like food, hide anything that is remotely, well, food-sized. Because the romper raid has been unleashed. The rabbits will eat everything in their way. And probably already have, unless you took some precautions. Rump, 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 rump. Rock safe before the romper raid. Nice, good job. The Rabbit Rainstorm! Yeah, pretty much. Ooh, another chest. Nice, number 7, let's say. Get an Earthlight in the chest. And a Cup of Wishes. Why is it suddenly? Oh. Oh, almost walked in there. Griffin helm, please. Upward. Weird third moment there. Oops. Oops. Oh, with the fairy one, that. Yeah. That's about right. Oops, that's going to backfire, I think. Yeah, if you try to absorb MP from ghosts, it will backfire. Which means the ghost absorbed MP from me. Very much less than ideal. Ooh, another chest. Getting lucky here with chest drops. I think that's 8. Cup of Wishes. Hey, welcome back, Farlakar. I hope you had a good time. 9. Chocolate. Okay, he did get whacked, so we just need to wait until it goes down. And hey sisters, Happy New Year to you as well. Have we got the Griffin helmet yet? Nope. This is why we are still in this specific area, I suppose, you could say. Griffin helm still on the run, as well as other things. It's sad that so much content was cut from the game. Yeah, probably. I don't know. I mean, you can also look at it this way. There's no way to put stuff back into this game that was cut from the concept, because I think it was cut very early in development from all I know. And I think there's also most of the ideas I feel like were reintroduced into other games like Chrono Trigger, etc. In like Final Fantasies as well, probably, where it kind of makes sense to have a lot of things that they might want to just, well, not entirely discard, but use this idea for other places. And I'm pretty sure that's what they did. So it's not like that entire content was lost, it's just also in other games too. That's kind of my impression anyways. Let's see, other games are not Seeker of Mana. That's fair. Nice. Oh, another chest, number 9. Getting close to the threshold here, where I feel like we may want to get a rare drop sometime. Guess not right now. You want the Lunar Palace, not just an empty void? That would be nice. Oops, I forgot to cast again. These ghost thingies are so weird. Oh, he did get whacked. I should have waited slightly, because that means he did get knocked out right there. I keep forgetting to cast the second spell on the ghost all of a sudden. Not sure why that is. Can I absorb MP from you up there? I can. Convenient. You always used fire in the ghost. You don't think they were weak to it, but you felt like they could have been. Yeah, they're weak to light. But that was kind of my impression as well when I was a kid. I knew that certain enemies or bosses were weak to light, so I figured, you know, fire might work pretty well as well then, because that is kind of like light, right? It makes sense. But yeah, ghosts are specifically weak to light magic, but because the lady does not have as easy of a way to replenish her MP, I don't usually use it. Plus, Lumina costs so much MP to use. Basically not really worth it, unfortunately. For efficiency purposes anyways. It looks neat. Did you crit? I don't think you hit. Yeah, Seeker of Mana, enemies have exactly one weakness if they have a weakness. Other games like Final Fantasy V, for example, they do have multiple weaknesses. Pretty sure you missed. It's so weird when they decide to not attack for once. Okay, they did hit. No chest. Trials of Mana also has enemies with multiple weaknesses, that's true. Which is not something you necessarily even know about unless you experiment, or just read up on it. I speedrun the game, and I did not know about that for too long. But hey, we can use some fire on these guys, why not? Explode them! Mainly using Earth Slide in order to cut down on animation time, that's it. I could also use Burst. Kinda curious whether one burst is going to knock them out actually. I haven't even tried that. Nope, not quite. It's actually pretty close though. It is pretty close. Also, for anybody who might not be as familiar with Seeker of Mana, you cannot hit the ghosts with physical attacks. It just doesn't work. Ooh, another chest. Number 10, let's say. Cup of Wishes. The sprite is kaput. We're just gonna use Cup of Wishes. I was considering using magic for it, but it costs so much magic. Basically not really worth it. Ping me the sprite again, so we cast spells quicker. Alrighty. Ghost. Boop. Goodbye. It's whacked, and that guy is down. Yeah, I do agree with you, Viola. Honestly, I feel like there's a lot of things in the game that is to like in the Secret of Mana remake. My impression is... oh, another chest. Lucky 11. My impression is just that they were not given the manpower / resources that they needed in order to get everything done the way they wanted. Oh, a Watcher Ring. Nice. Hooray! This means that I don't have to go back in there anymore. Oh, wave. Wave adieu. Give me a second. Watcher Ring. Acquired. Sweet. So Watcher Ring is actually unique in that it gives you some immunities to certain status effects. I forget which ones, but I do know you get some immunities. So, for the individual Griffin grind, as well as the other grind, we do have actually other places. Still waving. That's tricky too. Oh well. Rip Sprite. Seems to me they got barely any budget. Yeah, that was my impression, honestly. When I saw the developer interview, that was just kind of my main worry. They were just not given enough resources to try and properly do stuff, so to speak. Anything I want to do here? Not really. I think we just go. Alrighty, welcome to the Red Dragon. Red Dragon, of course, is weak to water. So we spray some water, and we win. Really that simple. I'm still waving, by the way, because I feel like I didn't wave enough yet. Oh, this is part of the Glitchless rule set, Marlockar. Negating damage is part of the Glitchless rule set. Because how else are you going to play through the game casually if you don't heal a character that is at low HP and getting hit by a spell? It would be super awkward to try and not do these things, honestly. At least in my opinion. It's actually one of the things that bugged me the most about the Secret Mana remake. You cannot heal your characters, you cannot target them in any capacity while they are getting hit by a spell. And that was actually one of the most irritating things about it. To me. Alrighty. Save the game, yes please. Newster, happy Zoom year. Zoom year? Sure. Newster, thank you so much for a long time of 19 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And there's one more ghost buddy. Ghost buddy down. Ghost buddy didn't give us anything. That's alright. Griffin dude here. Oh yeah, we don't need the guys anymore. I'm actually really glad that we got the Watcher Ring already, because that was one of my bigger worries across the board. Right. Also, I don't think we need the 5 intelligence for the sprite anymore. Probably. I'm going to exchange it for the Watcher Ring here and get rid of one. The gauntlets. Watcher Ring gives you an immunity to something, I forget what it is exactly. But it at least has some outside use, unlike the Dragon Ring, so to speak. It might be immunity to getting petrified, not petrified, I know that's not a thing of the Watcher Ring, but like... words. Engulfed in flames and frosted, I think. One or the other, maybe both. Kinda weird not having to worry about these ice sucks right now. I guess I'm just getting experience now. Where's the chest? I know there's a chest. And I know I don't need it, I just wanna open it, okay? Alright, we're opening chest. Royal Gem. Neat. Welcome to you, Emma Squint. How are you doing today? Butterfly. I like butterflies. Very closely related to moths. Don't think there were any chests here. Alrighty. Welcome to Thundergigas, who is weak to Earth. we do have a pretty strong earth element already, so let's greet him. I have no idea what you would be referring to with the butterfly, honestly. Do I have enough MP? I cannot absorb MP from this guy here, actually. Straight up doesn't work. Hey, he's down. Because he's a ghost, the MP absorber gets reversed, basically. Alrighty, now we need to get all the Pure Lens equipment pieces, and I think just past the Thunder Gigas is where the equipment piece or the equipment set for the ghost thing is lie. So the ice ducks, I would have grinded them here in this room if I still needed them, but I don't need them anymore because we got super lucky. Oh, I was wrong. I must have missed the ghost room. Either way, what I'm gonna do, getting out of here, grabbing some more fairy walnuts, and then we go to the beginning of the Pure Lens where there's a room with three Griffin foot enemies, and those are gonna be the ones that we want to go for. Okay, we upgrade the claw weapon. That's good. Do not upgrade the other two. That would be bad. Doombow and Great Axe. Okay. You have the bow currently, don't you? I think we could use... Let's go with the Ragnar Lance for now. Oh, the bow has almost as much attack power? I did not realize that. Alrighty. We only need 2 pieces of equipment in the Pure Lens at this point. We already have the Watcher Ring and the Dragon Ring. And let me real quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright. 9 is good. We have 2 more spots for helmets, and we only need 2 more helmets. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We only have 1 spot for armor, but then again, armor is gonna be common drops anyway, so it wouldn't be too bad if I miss one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 3 more spots for these equipment pieces. That's good. Alright, I'm gonna set everybody to be as aggressive as they can be. That way they will actually frequently hit, and I can mostly just play support. The physical attacks are gonna be easily sufficient to knock out the enemies coming up, because the enemies don't have any hit or invulnerability frames in this case. Butterfly? No, just a chest. I did not remember that one. The troll chest. Alright, gonna go ahead and off. And off here. Here. Wait, that was the wrong one. It's gonna be a sprite again. I have no idea how you even hit that, but I'm okay with this. Alrighty, chest number 1 for this section. Chocolate. Wait, there's a wall here? I thought this was just 3 griffin ants. I was mistaken. You know, I think it makes more sense to just go ahead and repeatedly reset this room here. This might only take 6 damage at this point. Wow. No, another chest. Chest number 2. Chocolate. You know what the Watcher Ring provides immunity to if you'd like to know. I mean, sure, why not? Also, welcome to you, King Smashington. I hope you have a good time so far. It provides immunity to getting moogled. Okay. Well, that's a terrible thing to have, then. Thank you, I appreciate the insight. Because I want to get moogled. Moogles are fun. I mean, look at them. Isn't it cute? We have a moogle in our party now. Moogles, by the way, cannot attack. They literally don't have an attack hitbox. And, Moogles technically are considered to have a separate weapon equipped. So I have to actually redo the elemental weapon here. I shouldn't do that, but hey. Question, is Lunar Boost actually worth using? If you know you need just a little bit more damage, like 25% or 20%, then it can absolutely be worth using, yes. The catch about Lunar Boost is that instead of enemies usually getting a low damage roll on you, they will pretty much always get a high damage roll on you with their physical attacks. So it is worth it for the damage output, but you actually take potentially a lot more damage too. So that is very much worth keeping in mind there. 20 to 25% more damage is huge. It is huge, that is true. But at the same time, usually I either hit or kill enemies in 2 hits or I don't. So there's not much of a debate whether I need the 20% more damage. Like, for me right now it doesn't make a difference. For bosses it can absolutely make a difference. Like for the Mana Beast, it's actually used for glitchless speedruns. The main downside, of course, is that it just doesn't last as long as a buff overall. Because in the glitchless speedrun you don't go for a high level of Luna. Oh well. Luna is now level 7 on the lady, so unfortunately we're not gonna benefit any longer from actually using Luna for leveling purposes. Which, just now, it's just the buff, the baseline buff that we get now. Which is still pretty good, but it doesn't have the double purpose of also leveling at the same time anymore. I love the Muggles. Muggles are great. Ooh, another chest. Number 3, I think, of this session here. And we get... might be 4. Chocolate. I'm actually giving the boost over to the sprite. So maybe the sprite manages to deal just enough damage to one-shot them. Actually, I don't think they do. Just number 5, probably. I'm terrible at counting, so if you're better than me, feel free to let me know. Chocolate, 1 fit. And yes, I'm actually leveling my weapons too here, so that's true. There's still a purpose, I suppose. Have I tried the Rimworld of Magic mod? No, I've briefly seen it, but I haven't been that intrigued by to play Rimworld recently. Maybe there will be a time where, kinda like Stardew Valley, I will just feel like playing Rimworld again, but for now, I think I'm pretty happy. Ooh, another chest. Number 6, 7. You know what? We're not quite at 10 yet. Chocolate. What about my druid campaign? Well, it was an idea. But beyond that, I haven't really done much with that idea. One of the difficulties about the druid campaign is mainly that if I want to really enforce not to use any steel or metals, how do you research? Because even the basic research bench requires steel. So you'll be kind of stuck to a certain extent. Which may be interesting to an extent too. What's my weapon level? That's an excellent question, I should check that. Alrighty. Latest weapon level is 2.29 on the Dragonlance right now. Bright's claw level is 4.8. The boy's weapon level is currently at 4.83. Didn't I talk about the chest counter? Yes, but I don't really have a good way of putting a counter on the screen right now. I would have had to like prepare that beforehand. I also preferably just have a simple button to increase the number rather than to use like a notepad or so. Oops, wrong button. Well, not button, but... Okay, legal levels up. Also, we have 82 maximum MP at this point. That's a pretty good amount. Number 8. Anyways, moving on. Yeah, it's very specific, and the thing is, if I play a game, I like to play it as close to vanilla as possible. The reasoning for that is pretty simple. Like, if I just have one big mod that changes a bunch of stuff, that's simple enough. But the catch is when... Why am I opening this with the lady? She does not have enough agility, I don't think. Come on. The catch is if I use like 50 mods at the same time. I feel like, especially for people that are not familiar with the game, I'm gonna alienate those people. Because that's exactly what happens to me. Like, it's interesting, I'm interested in the game, but I also first, before anything else, would like to know what the game can do or allows to do on the baseline, rather than necessarily just going all in with mods. Like, that's at least how I like to play and watch people play. Nothing wrong with just immediately going to get the mods that you feel like make the game more fun. It's just not quite how I like to approach things. But I can see that not using spells for these guys, even though the Earth Slide is an easy one-shot against the Griffin hands, just makes it overall way faster. I go in, out, hit them once, and I'm usually done at that point. Well, that's if I hit, I suppose. Yeah. Mods are really nice. They allow you to modify stuff the way you feel like you would enjoy the game more. I've actually recently used some mods. When I just kind of casually played a little bit of Darkest Dungeon again, I used the mod that removes the limitation of your heroes not wanting to join lower level dungeons anymore. And I always thought that was just really annoying. It probably makes sense in the grand concept of the game, but I just didn't enjoy it. Plus, I was doing a silly challenge type playthrough for myself, where I decided to only use a single class of character to try and play through the game. It was quite nice, actually. Normal. So just for your understanding, does 100% mean leveling every weapon to with every character, or just have it maxed? Every character for weapon leveling. So every character has every weapon at maximum is the idea. Okay, chest number, I don't know, 9 or something? I'm not good at counting. Oh, that won't fit. It's really sad you can't find your way out of that area. I can send you a map if you need one. Wow. Hey Boo, welcome. And very soon Happy New Year to you. I hope you have a good time, and no matter how good your year might have been, and I hope it's gonna be even better next time. You're smashed. Welcome to Yaroon. I hope you enjoy your time, I hope you enjoy your stay, and drink enough water, because that seems like a good idea. You're going to guess full moon this time. Okay, we have one full moon guess so far. Almost New Year. Yep. Over here too. I guess TeamSpeak is still news. I actually didn't even realize that there was basically TeamSpeak 3 right at this point. I recently participated in a German stream marathon thingy, and they told me, hey, join TeamSpeak over here, and I was like, I haven't heard that word in years. Let alone join one. Was kind of interesting. You will always guess full moon. Fair enough. Does the spinning of the lance before striking indicate something, or is it pure swag? Let's put it this way. It is the same animation as the level 1 charge attack, but practically, for the purposes of just swinging at enemies, it is pure swag. Because unless you specifically charge up your weapon, it will not deal more damage with it. So yeah, it's just for show. And the reason why it happens is because if an enemy suffers a heavy knockdown, as in the enemy took 25% of their maximum health in damage or more in one swing, then they are basically on a heavy knockdown, and that means that they will... Well, if you attack them again with another weapon swing, basically... Oh, another chest. Let's say number 10. If you attack them with another weapon swing, you will usually execute a level 1 charge attack at that point. Griffin Helm! Nice, alright. Very nice. So Griffin Helm is the best equipment for the boy's headgear slot, because it gives +5 strength, and well, he's the only one who can equip it. We're gonna give the cockatrice cap over to the lady, and there's only one headgear missing. Nice.